It was amazing. The event was beautiful. I mean, I got to dance with a young elderly soul, and we had a good time. We had a really good time. The hospitality, I just want to say, I mean, I love me some Southern hospitality, but I can truly say Delaware's hospitality with Miss Pie and the people at the event was just very loving. It's an experience that I would definitely love to share, and hope that other people get a chance to also benefit from the experience. So
Yeah, and you reminded me of the elder who was on the dance floor. I mean, that woman had to be in her 80s, and that's an
yeah,
guesstimate, and she was dropping it like it's hot. But there was line dancing, and just like I didn't get on the dance floor, just so you know. But oh man, someone we know did, and he had a ball. You could tell he was smiling ear to ear, and it just was like it's just a beautiful thing because you could just sit there and witness it. Like, so for me, probably the last time I've seen something like that is when I was a kid at the rec center. We just call it the rec, and like for like Halloween or something like that, where the kids would come dressed in our costumes. It's probably the last time I've seen a community event where everybody's just there to enjoy, each other, enjoy the atmosphere, and all different generations. Because I mean, everybody in there was more than likely 21 and above. There weren't any young folks, too much younger than that. But it was just a beautiful thing. There were people in their walkers. Some old folks with the walker and the cane and everything else, and then like I said, everything beneath that, and just there was I talked to a gentleman who was at my table. He lived in Wilmington. He said like 15 plus years ago, relocated to Wilmington, North Carolina. So Wilmington to Wilmington, and then came back. And the reason this is salute to Black American women. The reason is him and his ex-wife are getting back together. And so I told him, man, that's a blessing. That and he, he's an elder dude. He's like, yeah, you know what, it really is a blessing. So that's just a beautiful thing, and that was what was kind of in the air. People reconnecting with people, and people who haven't seen each other in years, stuff like that. And um, oh, there was someone else. There was the brother. There was a brother there from Louisiana, and we're sitting next to each other, and I try to say hello to everybody that was close to me, and we're talking about politics. What do you do? Yada yada. What do you think I do? I said, you kind of look like you're in music. He had that music look about him. Turns out the brother is an attorney. And handed a few of us his business card or whatever. I gave him the information for Funded Socially to tap in with us, and I told him this is the center. This is ground zero for Black American politics right here in Wilmington. And just off the top, he's like, yeah, I can believe that. So there's a lot to be done, of course. A lot of work, a lot of properties, a lot of societal ills. Um, I think this.
yeah,
Mhm.
I'm kind of build on that part. Um, I think we need to definitely alert the public, because the one thing Miss Pye was talking about was how gentrification is happening, and if we do not, or if Delaware, excuse me, the people in Delaware don't get any representation, or I should say for Wilmington, Dover, and maybe the surrounding areas don't get representation where the money can flow in a balanced way, then um, the building up that needs to happen will be taken over by other groups of people, and that seems to be what's happening. As people are moving out. Of course, others are moving in, and there are others who are moving in have the means to buy up blocks and blocks of
Mm.
real estate, which
Hmm.
also makes it difficult because the people who are there need so many different resources, and you can tell there's one side of town that's built up more than the other, and then where we were, there's potential for revitalization and reindustrialization. And I mean, it's so beautiful. You could just imagine what it was like, prior to its benign neglect.
Absolutely. And the Airbnb that we stayed in, and then the other folks, we didn't get to ask them about their building, but the building we were in was beautiful. The brother in the space knows it. I think we were in the same spot that he was in. Just the architecture, like they really preserved the old school architecture that's in the place. And just like a all around great experience. No, zero complaints from me. And I mean, the potential is really through the roof, as far as I can tell. Is really, really, really high potential. um and like I said, Miss Potter Jones, she has um the understanding, and that is very important, because what we don't see in black politicians is that we don't see any understanding from them. We don't see any desire to be in service to the community. We All you see is they're on the Democrat platform, and they just regurgitate and spew a bunch of Democrat talking points. What's unique about her and her husband, I found out, he previously ran for state rep, but he also was a city council person at one point. So he has been in public office, and she's been in public office. They're sort of like a political power couple. And then this is another really interesting dynamic, is if you've ever seen the TV show Dallas. It's an old TV show, but essentially it was these families in Texas that all had oil money, and it sort of was, the drama was around these different families competing, probably for oil, probably in politics as well. And so in this area, there's these black families. They have funeral homes. Likely they have some church or some services for the funerals. And if you know, churches and funeral homes have been sort of cornerstones in the black community, and they tend to make good money, above average money, funeral homes and churches. And so there's like this political competition, if you will, in the funeral home business, that has kind of leaked over into the local politics as well. So it's an interesting dynamic that exists there. Um, there's so many soul food restaurants today. When we were like the brother was sending us one, two, three, and then you go to the bottom of that, and then you see a whole slate of soul food restaurants at the bottom of the Google the Google listing. So, or the Google Maps listing. So it's one of those things where, you know moving there, probably try them all, see what oh, so brother Black American Homeland says he doesn't see the space on Twitter. If you go to my my profile, you'll see the purple circle around my avatar, and you just click in, and then it'll let you go in like that.
I can
Um
send it for Christine, Mia.
yeah, because I think I tried to, that's another interesting thing, because I've heard people say that about other spaces, that you're following somebody, and for whatever reason, they're it's not in the top, the little scroll that they have up there. Now, if you remember, they used to have a mic at the bottom of the screen, that you would click on that mic, and then there was a whole listing of spaces. And then there probably was like 40 or 50 spaces listed there. They got rid of that for God knows what reason, because it was a really, in my opinion, a valuable tool where you could pop into just different spaces with different topics, and maybe vibe in. If you saw the music space, you saw whatever, it doesn't really matter, political, whatever. And there would be people that you're not necessarily following. There is a way to do it. It's you got to put in like a what do they call it? Like almost like a command, semicolon, yada yada yada, space, semicolon. Um, if you look it up, if you like do a search for it, you could probably find it. And there's like a shortcut, a key shortcut to get to a listing of spaces on here. But um, it was just cool and convenient to have that little mic to just every once in a while pop into a different space and see what's going on. Junior, my bad. Man, bro, I see you got your hand up. You got it.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Just want to iterate on the gentrification thing, because I grew up in a very so-called liberal city. And as a student of Neely Fuller Jr., I understand liberal meaning a refined white supremacist.
You are a
just more
student.
slicker and much more conniving in how they practice the behavior.
You are a student of Fuller.
To be honest with you, I think black people are added to doom. And I'm not meaning to sound negative, but I think it's too late for us as a collective, because our so-called spokesmanship, they already see the writing on the wall. They already see it. So that's why now you're starting to see them focus on these other issues, because to focus on black issues, it's like, yeah, so mundane, you know. If we ain't getting nowhere now, we're never gonna get nowhere. So start focusing on the future. And the future is, yeah, black people are gonna be here, but black people are gonna be in a position where Asians are, or worse, where the so-called Native Americans are. Not dead, not out of here, but politically so irrelevant or politically relevant to where you become a third or fourth major factor in elections. Because now this is already in the plan. These people, these immigrants coming in this country, they're being brought here for a reason. Nobody just walks in this country without a free pass unless somebody's allowing it to happen. Whether it's Democrat or Republican, they're both in the same corner. And we're stuck as the political football voting for two sides. We're stuck in it. And they monopolized us to vote for one or the other side.
So can I just jump in, Junior? So the thing about actually going to one of the states, which Delaware is one of the states in the first actual state in the Black majority movement, or the Black majority state focus, and meeting a representative who's actually in the running to and who's also served. You get a chance to actually see what's happening on the political floor, not just, I think, what we all discuss on spaces. And I'm not saying what you're saying is right, wrong. What I'm saying is you're right, but there is hope for a fight. And the reason why you have to stay steadfast is because on the ground, it looks different. The fight definitely looks different in the physical sense, because now you get a chance to see who the players are, what's happening, and then how you can actually position yourself on the chessboard. The problem is we are not actively on the ground and in action in our communities, the ones that we want to see rebuilt up, and then we're too spread apart, right? So
yes, we're way too spread.
Right. So we need to refortify in our condition with all the intellectuals, people who have the passion like yourself to want to get in and start to support where it is needed. And then also too, maybe there's something you might want to do in regards to the political fence in wherever you are or in one of the states. So that would also help bring back that, I think, the rejuvenation that we're all looking for. I mean, let's be honest, we're all tired. I can only imagine what our ancestors or those who came before us were thinking, right? And how it had to be difficult. but they had no other choice but to strategize and move forward because the devil doesn't sleep. Never
No, it doesn't. No, he doesn't.
So it's now time for us to be the lights. And we are the lit beakers, the beacons that I think a lot of other people are looking for, and they don't know how to have these conversations. So when you start to have your conversation and you go down the path of like it's over, kind of like doom and gloom, I would say add the other piece to what you're saying, and that is, but there is a fight. There is room for a battle that the United States and a lot of these other political spheres have not considered, and we need to bring that to them.
Here's what I noticed. Here's what I noticed, sis. Here's what I noticed as far as the political thing. Social media movements doing X, but the mass scale of people, we're scared of him, and we know who him is, and we got to vote for Dopey in the White House because we don't want Grumpy in the White House. You know, if he gets in there, he's going to tear the country all to hell. That's where the masses of the message is going to. Now, as far as its movement to the states and whatever case may be, it's like a fly on the wall. It's like because from the last census, most black people are moving to like small to medium-sized cities like Jacksonville, Fort Worth, Texas, Charlotte, North Carolina. They're getting out of the major meccas. They're not leaving the cities entirely. They're just leaving like major city hubs.
Right, they're being pushed out though because of rising costs, affordability, and on top of action. I mean, let's be honest. The further you're out in rural areas, right, more people feel a little safer because you don't have the element of what the city can bring. But at the same time, you have to also remember none of the presidents can move a needle without Congress, and Congress is made up of representatives from the states. And so if we look at the majority of the states actually can capture protection for us, we have to find those people, and that is what we were doing or we're working towards with Delaware and supporting Ms. Jones.
Is she running for the House seat, or because I know that Lisa Rockwell, I think Rochester, she's running for the Senate.
She's running for mayor. She's going up against one of the mayors. But I'm gonna tell you this: it's a big deal. It's a big deal because even it's so big that even Biden is trying to force some other elements so that she doesn't win. I can tell you, it's that big of a deal.
If she's a Republican, yeah, they definitely gonna cut her head off. But if she's like outside the two major parties, they're gonna take her off the ballot.
No, she's definitely a Democrat, and I'm gonna tell you, when Marcel ran, when we were I was part of his executive team, and we also supported a couple of the candidates, even people who run as Democrats who have I believe the same outlook or trajectory as what we talk about when it comes to repairing Black America. Their lives are threatened. Their lives are threatened.
I don't doubt it. I don't doubt it at all.
And it's in a real way. It's not like what people do on social media and say verbal threats. There is a real life situation that happens.
I mean, the thing with Black people right now, though, Black people become complacent. We become so complacent after President Obama that the attacks started coming from everywhere. So if we're not in a guerrilla style attack or movement to be able to actually outmaneuver those who are trying to maneuver us, this is why I think we're in a so-called desperate position. Because one, the so-called boule, they're like, well, look, we're getting out the cities. The cities are let the white folks, let the white elites have the cities. Let them have it. Let's go somewhere else. Yes, we can go back down south, but the same zoning laws in the cities also are relevant. And that's what keeps this gentrification business going. Now, as far as national politics is concerned, or local politics, if we have the numbers, we could be able to move something. But if we're a plurality, we can't move nothing. We got to be an outright majority, because this nation is on one step verge of becoming a plurality country where they're saying no one's going to make up a majority. I don't know how true that is, but in some parts of the country, that's a reality. DC is one of them.
Well, and again, that is kind of what we're working towards. So, what the majority masses will do, we can't actually be concerned about. But what we do focus on is the people that will move. And for some reason, we were talking about this Black. You remember? I think we were sitting at the table, and we were talking about how in certain instances in history, when you look at even different wars and different events, major events, it was a few people who were the game changers to either wars being won or lost, or the changing of the guard when it came to the political atmosphere. So, Junior, I would just say to you that keep your beacon lit.
Keep hope alive,
keep
brother.
Your head on the swivel.
Keep hope alive.
But don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. We are still much so alive and well when it comes to I think the fight that our ancestors brought, even when emancipation happened. And we have to be willing to get into a position of majority authority, and that's what we're working towards. So, keep that beacon lit, and if it ain't lit, get with some people to help you light it back up, so that way you can just find a little bit of optimism to keep working. Okay.
Okay, and then so Junior, since you came up, the title of the space, we all got to address this: Protect Black American Women 2024 and beyond. And this is, again, this space is really to honor, uplift, breathe life into, give flowers to Black American women. And that could be someone in your life, someone you've met on the app, someone that you work with. There's got to be a Black American woman somewhere in your existence that you have love for, that you are willing to protect and honor and uplift. And that's what we want to, focus in on here tonight. And we invite Black women up to tell us what they got going on. If it's just a thing where you're like, I love being a mother and I love my children and things of that nature. That's really what the purpose of the space for tonight is. We can mix politics in there, but one thing that I never do, and I was in a few spaces where it occurred, unfortunately, is we just don't allow men to bash women in this space, specifically. It's not a manosphere space. It is really tonight specifically to uplift Black American women, give them the appreciation that they really deserve. I said earlier, before the space crashed, there is no Black nation without Black women. It's physically impossible, spiritually impossible. It will not happen. And so we got to do a little bit better, I believe, in terms of setting the example. I'm not going to get confrontational with some guy because they decided to show their true colors on a global social media network. I just stop interacting with the person. I may have to block the person, and just keep life moving forward in a positive, productive way. If I see two women on the app specifically going at each other, and even in real life for that matter, it's none of my business, to be quite honest. I'm been and I ain't in it, because what happens between women is really what happens between women. I certainly wouldn't let anyone physically attack a woman in my presence, regardless of the situation. But when it comes to just words and back and forth, that is what it is. That's part of the nature of this thing that we all participate in, unfortunately. And for those of us that are on Funded Socially, we're getting closer and closer to 600 members. The platform is still progressively growing and more engagement from folks, and it's peaceful and it's productive over there. So, and that was the whole design and the purpose and the desire. So we will nip any of the trolling or attacks, like just nip it in the bud if we see any signs of it over there. Because ultimately, to go from 600 to 6,000 to 60,000 to 600,000, eventually 6 million, if we can keep a positive, productive space over there for our people where this negativity is just not tolerated, imagine what we will do, as it continues to grow. So Junior, back to you. Protect Black American woman. You got it.
Actually, we need more of it, not less.
Yeah.
Black women are the beacon of hope. My mother is one black woman that I say I will fight and protect with all my might. But I don't mean to be a party pooper.
Oh, hold up. No.
But
we're not. No, we're not doing party pooping today. We're not doing that at all. That's the whole point of the space. We're not doing no negative anything at all. If you have an issue with what a peer woman does in your life existence and TV and entertainment or whatever it is, this is definitely not the space for that.
I think black women have contributed a lot, and I think black women, we got to do more of the protecting of black women, not less.
Mm-hmm.
And we have to look after them. But at the same time, as also, we can't talk positive until we address that issue. We cannot continue using.
Okay, so as we bring up Black women in the space tonight, it is 2023. We're hours away from 2024, and this is a Uplift Black Women space. So for the men who do come up to speak, it is your duty as a man to uplift the Black women that you do want to uplift. And if you have any issues, I guess we could use the term save the drama for your mama, right? Save that for another time, another place, another topic, because this is not that space. This is uplift Black women, period. And being graceful, we give people a chance to get their thoughts together, but we're just not going to do that tonight. So we have Miss Constance who came up. We have Kapora who came up. Feel free to put your hand up and add to the conversation. The thing about protecting Black women is protecting Black women. Again, entertainers, singers, rappers, whatever's going on in the programming, literal programming that the demons control, and they control for a reason. Unfortunate, it is a lot of whatever it is. However, the thing about being in Wilmington last night and being surrounded by Black men and women was you could look at a Black woman in that crowd and see the difference simply by the way they're dressed. Like, that was the first identifier of, this is a professional woman. This is a woman who's about her business, who is about her family, who's about her man, about her relationship. It was just, the delineation was very clear. Now that's so let me say that. Now, for the women who did dress a little like nightclubbish, like nightclubby, which is perfectly fine for a nightclub environment, but when you got to talk to some of those women, you realize, oh, this person is also doing global things, global initiatives that are helping the community, specifically in Wilmington. And so you can't always judge a book by the cover. Let's be honest about that. But also, um, we just want to uplift Black American women tonight. That's really what we here for. So we are going to protect Black women here tonight, no matter what.
You know, Black, the one thing I loved about just another piece I should say I loved about the atmosphere was, I mean, the style and the culture, but it was really the mere fact that you had the different generations, right? And you had people who they can, be very professional in supporting a candidate, but the candidate also understands the culture she comes from. She understood the community she was in, and there was no condemnation, no matter how you came dressed. I remember that was what Miss Pye was saying to me, because I felt underdressed, and she was like, "No, you just come with you come as you are." And they kept they kept the love and the spirituality also in the room. Everyone was loving, from the security at the door. They were protecting everyone. And I mean, just very attentive. Even with people who were or who had been drinking, they made sure to look after everyone. So the environment was definitely remind me of when your family got together, for a family gathering or a barbecue.
That's what it was.
And
I swear to
you
goodness.
just know, like,
that's what it was.
The moment
it
you
was
turn
a family
around,
reunion.
Somebody got your back. You can set your drink down and not feel like someone's gonna, put a roofie or something in it. It was a situation where you felt protected. It was very, very comfortable. So
it was a family barbecue.
The networking, I think that also, went hand in hand. So I really do hope that that Miss Jones, I keep calling her, I keep forgetting both of her last names. But I really do hope that she, has more events like that. And she's very big in the community. So that's the other thing too that I really, really loved. And the moment, she saw us, she just was very embracing to everyone. Like, people were like, "Can I get a picture? Can I get a?" I mean, she was just being pulled left and right, and not at one time did she say no, stop, hold it. She just embraced people,
giving all of herself, giving all of her energy,
gave them their time and their space.
What's up? Big
and then did what she needed to do. Very, very social. I mean, if you talk about a social butterfly, she was it. And then some.
Tearing up the dance floor.
So, and she could relate to all the generations in the room. They were just drawn to her. So, yeah, it was a very, very a wonderful experience.
Yeah, you missed after the speech. They had her on the dance floor, and she was, and it was her, like a whole thing where almost like in a movie, you know what I mean? She did her speech, and then they're like, go, go Miss Potter, go Miss Potter. And man, that was just beautiful, because it was like this whole room, hundreds of people in here, uplifting this one elder of the community. And you said it felt like a family reunion. That was the vibe, yeah, so it was just very, very inspiring. I'll say that. So I think we got some hands. We'll go Miss Constance. We're gonna let ladies go first, of course. Then we'll go Yusef and then Shepard.
Good afternoon. My name is Constance, and thank you for having me up here today. Hello, everyone. And I definitely need some encouragement. Hi. I definitely need some encouragement today and some uplifting today, because on today I do feel defeated. I feel tired. I feel stressed out. I feel like my back is up against the wall. Just to give you guys a little brief. In 2021, after saving up for 8 years, I purchased me a piece of land in North Carolina, Edenton, North Carolina, Chowan County. And about 6 or 7 months after that, I went into litigation. I went into a contract with a company called Downey's Homes to build a home on my land. So I live in New York, and they was doing the work down in North Carolina. So there was an app that they told me to put on my phone so I could see the progress of the house. Whole year went by. I kept calling and texting and emailing, asking what's the progress. How come I don't see no progress on the app? There was always one excuse after another, and then towards the end of the year, I decided to move on. I emailed Downey's Homes, and I told them I was going to move on to another company because I'm not satisfied with the service I was getting. It's a year, and I'm calling, and they're not getting back to me, and I'm going to move on. 2 weeks after I told them I was going to move on, Downey's Homes went and placed a home down on my property. So the app that I had went off and told me that there was there's a home on my property. I opened up the app, sure enough, it was a half a house sitting on my property. I flew down, I went to the company, and I was like, what's going on? This is not the right house. It's this big blue square looking house. It's a 3-bedroom house. I have 10 children. So I purchased a 4-bedroom house with the upstairs, and I was supposed to build 4 more bedrooms upstairs. I was devastated. I didn't know how to move the house. I didn't know what to do. The laws and the rules down in North Carolina is different. I'm an officer of the court up here, and I work for Supreme Criminal Court. So I did know that it was a civil matter, and there's like time frames. So I went into I went pro se litigant because I kept trying to find a attorney down there, and it was very difficult to find attorneys. It seemed like everybody down there was family, friends, and neighbors. They kept saying conflict of interest. So I started my own litigation pro se. And I put in the summons and complaint, but there was a lot of effects and defects to my summons and complaint because, again, I'm not an attorney. So the judge did say, well, I'm going to dismiss your complaint without prejudice, meaning get an attorney and you can come back. Wow. The attorney for Downey's Homes ran and put a lien on property. I answered the lien, and the clerk removed, I had a 27-page answer. The clerk removed my answer out of my file and said I didn't answer the lien. Wow. So now my land is in default judgment. Wow. And they're basically taking my land. I mean, I don't know. I'm fighting. I'm doing everything human possibly to fight these people. I did, guys. I did a trust. I started a trust because I got online and I've been asking for help and, how can I fight this? It's a small town, so it's like everybody is family, friends, and neighbors. The judge, the clerk, everybody's working together. So someone was telling me about a trust. So after 3 days of sitting here and reading and I did start a trust. I opened the trust. And I transferred. I just came back from North Carolina yesterday. I was able to go down there and transfer my land into a trust. Wow. So now I'm just basically trying to figure out what's my next move, what's my next step. Because like I said, in North Carolina, they do things different, and I'm different, and I'm finding out there's a lot of very, very prejudiced, very, very prejudiced. They talk to me like I did something wrong. The attorney did say to me, well, my suggestion to you is to settle because if you don't, I'm going to take your land. He told me, he just straight up told me, just like that. And I'm sitting here because I'm still like in a state of shock that this happened. I mean, I've heard of things like this happening. I've seen pictures. I heard stories, but for something like this to happen, like in 2023, just like that, it's crazy because the judge and everybody is together. So, it's hard to fight when you don't know how to fight. but I'm going to keep fighting no matter what, you know.
So have you searched for an attorney outside of your
So I did find an attorney.
Have you gone to even the Attorney General or the states?
I did.
And what was their response?
So I went to the attorney. I actually flew down to I had to fly down to Raleigh, North Carolina. And I had all my paperwork, and they literally referred me back to Chowan County. They sent a letter to Chowan County, and they had the deputy chief clerk go over my paperwork because they said I didn't answer, but I had my file stamped copy answer. So they sent my answer to the deputy chief clerk and said that I answered, and they had a copy of the answer. They actually sent me back to the to that court. So I went back to the. I'm sorry.
So what the United States did was they got rid of there was a particular court called I think it was called Common Court, and I'm gonna have to look it up. I posted a video about it a long time ago where in all the states they got rid of this particular court because this was the part of a law where you can actually go and petition to have a judge remove or investigate it, and they removed those courts, and now the only way you can actually file a claim, a legitimate claim, is in Guam. Guam is still it's still a territory, I believe, of the United States. So when I say that to you, I'm saying that not to give advice, but to just put that in the ethosphere. I'm gonna try to post the video again because I'm not telling the name of the court wrong, but there's something simultaneously that has to be done. You need to report the judge. The judge needs to be removed off the bench. And then you need to report the attorney to the bar for what he said to you and report that they're pressuring you in a way to actually steal your land. And you have to, in the way that you say these things, your language has to be, it's a detriment. It is a dire situation. Right?
Yes.
So your language has to match that. And every time you tell your story, you're telling someone what's going on. This is degradation. This is sabotage. This is genocide. Those words need to come out of your mouth. On top of harassment, on top of, all those things. I think DJ had put us on to your situation. I actually have watched a few of your TikToks. We've been doing so many other things, and then I have some personal things going on, but what needs to happen is the state's attorney or your county. I know you have to do it in stages, like they make you go through particular states before you can even get to the Supreme Court of your state, but you just have to figure out what that is. So from your county court, what's the next court above your county court?
The county down there is called Chowan County.
Okay, and what's the next court above Chowan County? What is the next highest court above Chowan County?
It's Superior Court.
And have you filed a paperwork in Superior yet?
I did. I filed a notice of appeal 2 days ago. I flew down and I put my notice of appeal in, as well as I asked for the bond for the judge and the clerk. And I was told there's an application online that I had to get. And I said, well, can I get the website? Because like I said, down there, they do things so different. And she said, I can't tell you the website. You have to go find it.
Yeah, the clerk, they be trying to say that they can't. They can. They won't. Right. Because, again, these people get targeted. There is a culture where they target people in that way. Now, if she was bold, she would have gave it to you. And it's really sad.
It is, because I found an attorney that was 5 hours away in Charlotte. He came from Charlotte. So they sent me to court on Columbus Day. And the attorney said to me, he said, Constance, what are we doing here on Columbus Day? I said, I don't know. This is the day they gave me for court. And they sent me to another county. So he said, I'm going to be honest with you. He said, it appears that whatever's going on in here was already settled before we got here. He said, you're going to have to get some help, some media help. He said, because this is not right. Wow. So that's why I started doing TikTok.
Well, so, and the other thing is, do you know if that judge has jurisdiction to actually even rule over your case? That is the other thing, too, that you have to look into and find out. Does that judge that is presiding over your case, and you ask the clerk at Chowan County, does he have jurisdiction to actually practice over your case?
And Constance, I live in North Carolina. I'm from New York as well. One thing about North Carolina is these small counties. Everybody knows everybody, and either they family, they related, and somehow. So it's always best to seek help in other counties. So my suggestion is to, even if you can get a consultation from a lawyer in another county, preferably Mecklenburg, and just, if they're not able to represent you, at least have them help you through this process and guide you through this process, because it's that's how it is down here, and it is and it's surprising, but you can do it. I promise you. You can definitely do it, but again, try to find a lawyer or attorney in a different county. Because that's Chowan County. What city? I was trying to think where that's at, because I live right outside of well, I currently live in Gaston County, but I'm getting ready to move to Forsyth County. But I work in Mecklenburg County. So Mecklenburg is really Democratic. That's where a lot of us are. Well, the Boule Negroes. Well, what city are you by? Are you by Riley? Where are you at?
No, I'm by Edenton. I'm 30 minutes in. Like when you go over the Chesapeake Bridge, and when they say "Welcome to North Carolina," I'm 30 minutes in. I'm right there. Yeah, because now people telling me something that I never heard of before. They were saying, "Oh, it's a kangaroo court."
Oh, yeah, you yeah, because see, I'm 15 minutes from the South Carolina borderline. When you go through 80, when you take 85 coming from New York, North Carolina is like 200 and something exits. So Charlotte is in like the 20s. Yeah, so you way out there. So yeah, I would try to maybe. How far is Riley from you?
About 4 hours away.
Try to find an attorney or a lawyer in Riley. Riley is, of course, it's a capital, but it's it's a high Black population there. Yeah, I would try Riley. I would definitely try Riley. Oh, and like I said, if they can't, work with you or won't allow you to retain them, so to speak, see even if they can just consult with you and, help you out and guide you through the process, because you can't fight these people down here without them. I'm just going to be perfectly honest with you. I've been living in North Carolina for 5 years now, and boy, oh boy, even in a Democratic city like of Mecklenburg, where Charlotte is, like, they don't even want us to have businesses here. So, you have to fight with the people. Use those people to help fight for you. You cannot do it by yourself. It's just it's gonna be too hard. So, that's my best advice for you. And just don't give up, because that's what they want you to do. They want you to give up.
You know?
So real quick, I want to jump in. So, Miss Constance, we can probably host maybe a different space on what's going on with you, and then kind of so we can actually kind of have a broader discussion.
Okay.
And then try to figure out who in the X sphere now, I guess, has maybe some connections. I know that there's a couple of attorneys on TikTok that I follow. They are always looking for stories and things that they can actually, people that they can give advice to. And I can see you some of those videos if you haven't seen them already. And then we can definitely just kind of help in maybe getting your story a little bit more saturated, if that it makes sense. So protecting you as a Black American woman is highly important.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you for coming up and sharing your story.
Thank you for listening. I appreciate it.
Of course, that's what we're here for. And of course, I am is always she's a good motivator. So definitely follow everybody in here if you can. So the Only Mel Cruz, she has also a show. I can try to get you in touch with her. Maybe she can also do a story and see if we can also get you saturated on YouTube. So again, you're in the right space. With a good stock of people. I see Dr. Deborah down here. Yusef. And shout out to everybody in this space. I'm just so thankful for you guys being here. B-Man has been around for a long time. Mr. Darren, 3 minute. I see all you all in the room. Who else we got?
Can I say one more thing to her, sis?
Yeah, got it. Go ahead.
And Constance,
yes,
reach out to the media.
Yes,
reach out to every media, even it doesn't necessarily have to be in that city. Go to Raleigh, go to Mecklenburg, reach out to all of the media there. Send them your story, call them, whatever it takes. Because I'm telling you, I'm trying to think of this brother. There's this brother, he's always on the news and he be everywhere. But I did follow you. When I remember his name, I'm going to send it to you. The brother be everywhere all over North Carolina exposing stuff. And then there's another guy. It's a white man too. He's really good too.
A few people did post my story, but this is the thing that really stressed me out, because I'm saying to myself, did this really just happen? You know what I'm saying? Is this even possible? And it is, but like, I have a lot of people in my inbox like, oh my God, this happened to me. And I kind of got like a little upset, but again, some people don't know how to fight, because I'm up all night. I'm online nonstop, and I'm calling and I'm writing and I'm texting, and it's just, so you don't know how to fight. You don't know, where to begin, where to start. But so many people is in my inbox telling me that something like this happened to them, and I'm like, well, why didn't y'all fight back? Because if I would have heard certain stories, I would have never went to Chowan County. I would have never bought land in that area.
But I don't even think it matters if you were in Chowan County or somewhere else. A lot of the sharecroppers' lands and people who own farms, their lands were taken the same exact way. There was a Vice that did a story about that also. And so, again, it comes down to us having legal protection and knowing what our rights are really, not just, I think, knowing the couple of the first 2 amendments, to the Constitution, or the first 4, but it really is knowing what your state and local laws are when it comes to eminent domain, when it comes to how the courts are even supposed to behave on your land, how your land is supposed to be allotted to you through the land and acquisition rights in the county. So that's another piece of it too. So it's really us in our protection, and we, I think, are now starting to have more and more of those conversations. So I do want to kind of spin the room around so we can get to the other hands. But Miss Constance, please keep your mic because maybe some people have some questions for you. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
just real quick, Rella, before you get to the next thing, everybody getting the Jumbotron. Miss Constance information is right there where it says support our sister Constance W334419. And if you scoot on over, and I put the same copied and pasted the same stuff. So if you just scoot on over in the Jumbotron to the 2 dots from the excuse me, 1, 2, 3, and 4, third dot and the 4th dot from the left hand side. It says "Get ready, family. We got a situation in North Carolina, Elizabeth City." So if y'all can retweet that information kindly and make sure y'all share the space, because we see it crashed a bunch of times. So take 60 seconds out of your time, folks, other than sitting here listening. Please share the space out so we can get folks back into the room, because the space crashed about 50,000 times. But go ahead.
Yep, so make sure you join social, Fundedly Social as well if you don't already have your accounts. Please take some time out and get your account set up, as we definitely try to detransition from this platform, not to remove it, but to utilize moving a bigger vehicle, and that's something that we definitely have our hands on, and the owner is definitely Black American. So with that being said, Mr. Yusuf, and then we have Mr. Kapoor. You got it, Yusuf?
Yes, thank you. Man, that Constance, man, 10 kids, that's amazing. Congratulations to you. You know, and I hope, you know, I don't really hope. I know everything is going to get figured out. It sounds like you have the energy, and you know you're going to get what's yours. So I'm pulling for you, and you're definitely, yeah, most definitely, and you're in the Bible Belt, so you know. I would always say, you know, reach out to some churches, because they, you know, whether you're, you know, religious or not, they can move mountains down in the South.
There you go.
So, you know, that's also an additional thing I would do.
Hey, Yusuf, sorry to interrupt. Sure, sorry to interrupt, brother. But so she actually has a class action lawsuit on her hands, because she's not the only victim, unfortunately. If you get in the Jumbotron, getting those tweets, so, you know, just doing a little bit of investigation work, you go on this company's website, there are other Black people up there expressing their opinion that the same thing happened to me. So we can reach out.
So she can turn into the Black Aaron Berkovich. Okay.
Yeah. See what I'm saying? So well, you know, there you go. You know what I mean? So we can try to find a way to reach out to these people. So all I did was just look up the same person that's on the Google review of Down East Homes, and found her right here on Twitter. So if y'all go kindly get up there and hit the like button and retweet, and just try to put some information, hopefully that person will respond. But there's other people up there too on that Google review of Down East Homes that are saying very similar things, and I believe they are Black folks. But go ahead though.
Yeah, they appreciate you know, pulling my attention to that. I'll definitely look into that. You know, I'm pretty positive. I mean, I'm sure, you know, other people might know lawyers, but I'm positive. I know a bunch of people in real estate, and my best friends in real estate, and his parents are in Wilmington, North Carolina. So I'll do my part and reach out to him, and because his family is part of, you know, they're in retirement community, all Black community. So I'll reach out to them. And I'll, you know, whether that be, you know, connected to you, you know, in the DMs or something like that. But yeah, that is, I appreciate you, you know, reiterating it, because, you know, sometimes, you know, that's needed. You know, sometimes you just hear things, and it's important that we really focus in on how we can help each other. So the main reason why I actually, you know, wanted to come up, you know, I do appreciate you all kicking that. I shouldn't say kicking, but you know, keeping you know, the room positive, and you know, focus on you know, uplifting you know, Black American women. You know, when you know, I really want to spend this time just shouting out to, she's not here on this app, but Miss Pie, who, you know, hosted you all and hosted B in Delaware. You know, it was just, I mean, that's the main reason why I, you know, felt very welcomed. Just be, you know, going to the Airbnb and her helping me out, and, you know, offering to take, you know, one of my friends came up as well. taking us around sightseeing and connecting us with other people. So I when people always, especially people talk about, the South hospitality and things like that. I think, there's hospitality, wherever there's, Black women. So, whether that be in the North or the South, I just really appreciate the, I don't want to say motherly, but that's kind of what it felt like.
Yeah, nurturing. She's very nurturing.
Yeah, nurturing.
Very, very nurturing. Can I tell you that she kept Coco? She kept Coco and took her out and even blessed her with a snuggle pillow. Mm-hmm. When I tell you this woman is like, if we could just like. We need like 20 more of her.
Yeah, exactly. I felt like it, Black always talks about like divine, just being in alignment, and just me, like, because I was going to stay at another. I was going to try to stay at a hotel because I really don't like Airbnbs, but they really didn't have that many Airbnb or hotels there. So I was picking at 3 or 4, and then luckily we were able to connect, and everything just worked out really well. But yeah, I just love women that have been in the community and really are the change that they want to see. And so I've had long conversations with her. She was telling me about her family, and I was sharing about mine. It was, and this is just off of a Airbnb host. So there's really not too much to say. This is just one Black woman that I met on happenstance, but they're all I can't think of any non-amazing Black women in my life.
Yes.
So definitely shout out to you all. I'm looking forward to 2024. I actually don't really do the New Year's resolution until my birthday was in February. But to all you all that are setting up goals and aspirations and things like that, I wish you all well, and let's continue on this path. I've been listening to a few more, spaces and things like that, and I think, I think people are, getting, especially that, what is it called, the South, the thing that Charles Blow, the documentary that he put out.
Yeah, Black to the South.
What's the name of that again?
I want to say it's, Black to the South, or South Black Power, something in that.
Yeah, well, I've heard several people mention that, throughout. So I really, it's really encouraging. Mm-hmm. And I definitely think that should be, that is a primary goal. And, we're going to be starting with the first state in the United States, which is Delaware. And everything else will trickle down from there. But, yeah, appreciate y'all's time. And, yeah. And also one last thing, I am going to be doing a lot more. Like, my biggest thing is like economics and things like that. I'm going to be sharing a lot more opportunities, on Twitter and things like that. So like right now, I'm trying to hire a company that's in digital marketing, and it's up to $20,000 a month that will be paying for. Ideally, I want to go with a Black company. It's been kind of challenging, but yeah, I work with a number of different clients, and they oftentimes trust me to make recommendations. So if you're following me, and you have any mainly technical skills or marketing skills, or anybody, I definitely want to put them in my Rolodex so I can whether that be hire them, or if they need some let's say mentorship and things like that. I definitely want to increase the folks that are able to provide these different services to a lot of the Black businesses that we do have. So that's definitely something that I'm going to be looking to do a lot more in the New Year's.
Awesome. So let me say, Miss Pie, man, Miss Pie, she's like everybody's favorite auntie. And she was asking about you, like, over and over again every time, because we saw her multiple times throughout the, I guess, 24 plus hours we were there. And she, so she remembers you fondly and sending love, and she, every time I talk to her, every time I seen her, she asks about you, and the brother that you were with. So she just has this, she's a ball of energy, she has a wealth of knowledge, and she is embedded in the community, so she knows a lot of people, she knows what's going on. And you get the feeling that she never stops moving. She's just kind of always moving. And Man, it's just an amazing human being, number one. She is a mother as well, and she's very proud of her children. She talks about them often, every chance she gets. And and then she talks about the people who may have fallen on hard times, that she's personally helped and uplifted, personally engaged and got involved with them to help them, turn their life around or improve their situation. So she definitely is someone who deserves flowers. So thank you for putting her up. And it's one of those things, that is a person who, if you never
we got the munchie mic.
Okay. Damn it. Oh God, of course. See what we can do here. Let's not go crazy here tonight, because you know how we already in the crazy house with the situation. Okay, all right. I see Kapoor's got his hand up, but again, man, all love to Miss Pie. Again, what I was trying to say was, even if you never make it to Wilmington, she is somebody who, if you ever had a chance to talk to, trust me, you would feel the love through the phone, like Soldier Boy said. You know what I'm saying? Kapoor, you got it.
What's good with the family? I guess basically what I wanted to add to the conversation was that what I've been noticing is a movement of women who just simply trying to protect their rights and preserve their heritage. So it's like,
is he talking? I can't hear him.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear him. Let me drop him, bring him back up. Sometimes that whole co-host glitchy thing. So I'm gonna drop you, try to bring you back up, and hopefully we'll get it.
I can hear him.
Yeah,
no, it's probably it's me. It's me.
It's the co-host. Sometimes the co-host does that. I've seen it a lot. Okay, we got you back up. You got it. You with us, brother Kapoor? You got it. We got you back up.
Okay, can y'all hear me now?
Yes. Sorry about that.
Okay, my apologies. But basically what I wanted to say from what I've been witnessing over the last couple of months is like a development of women who trying to simply get their voices heard, from which they just seeking justice from the things that were done to them that were never corrected from the civil rights era, in which most of the women, they were out there in the field working, and they were given a little land, but they wasn't never given everything that they were owed. So it's like what we're saying is a rise of a lot of the young women and then the young men noticing what was done wrong to their elders, and now they have the intelligence to connect certain dots. So once they have seen how those dots connected, they better able to figure out how to readjust local policies to better maneuver resources back to the people, so they can get funding to actually do the things that they wish to do, which is simply grow their communities. So I want everybody, whoever can contribute to, kind of pay attention to exactly the people that's doing things and putting things together, because at this point in time, it's a lot of confusion about the goal of the women, and if you got common sense and you got your heart in the right place, then you will see that even women, what I'm saying, they deserve to be protected. And if you look at the people that they're up against, is nothing but men. So at some point, as men, we got to step up and fight for them, because they've been screaming in our ear this whole time. So what I want to, the message that I want to leave, especially to my young men out there, is that at some point you're gonna have a daughter. And your daughter gonna have children, and she gonna become a mother. Then they gonna have children, she gonna become a grandmother, and so forth. So what you want to do is not necessarily create a new heritage to cover over that, but to continue to fight that same battle. So that their history and legacy don't be left out. And I guess that's what a lot of the new political developments are about. So I feel like until we are able to gather everybody together as a family and establish first love, then we'll be able to move forward, because it's a lot of misunderstandings about history, and some of the family, they've been relocated or they moved away, so they don't necessarily know the true history of what happened to their ancestors before they were moved around, regardless of whatever time period that we want to say it happened. So we not seeking to be putting women in harm's way by seeking violence and none of that, but we want to just watch them and just make sure nobody's just standing in their way to say, hey, you can't vote right here when it's time to vote on this policy, or you can't, because that's where I'm from. You see a lot of deterrence when it comes to people voting and even going to town hall meetings and etc. So we just taking holidays and just kind of tweaking a lot of their policies to ensure not only their voice get heard, but that they can safely do it, if that makes sense.
Absolutely, yes, sir. That all makes sense. Absolutely. It's a thing where I think it's that whole theory that people do the easiest thing. And sometimes for some men, for whatever reason, some males, because I think Judge Joe Brown really defined the difference between what a man is and what a male is. But sometimes for some males, it's just easy to go along with the trend of, not uplifting. I'm not going to go to the negative things that go on, but not uplifting Black women, especially in these spaces, for whatever reason, whether you're sitting behind an avatar or it's just easy and convenient to take whatever anger you got built up inside of yourself and then try to use women as a punching bag, verbally and through posts and all this negative energy. So that is the easy route to take. The hard route, the difficult route, the manly route is actually to figure out what's wrong with you as a man, as a male, and then realize that as a man, or to grow and to become a man, you don't take your anger out on other people, especially children, women, elders, that type of thing. So I think it just is, and then we got to kind of be honest too, that some people are just, they get joy out of causing trauma towards other people. I think there's that element too, which is unfortunate. But again, if you're just sitting behind a digital device and you can post and you can get on a mic and say a bunch of really horrible things, sometimes it makes you feel like, you're a big, tough, bad person. And some people like feeling that way for whatever reason. Again, I think that's a mental health issue. But for me, I just, I don't have any time for it. I certainly don't have any energy for it. So I've spent 2023 blocking most people. There's a space going on right now about somebody that I had to block, and I'm not going to mention the name, but it just is what it is. It just is what it is. 2024, continue to get these people out of your space, out of your energy, out of your way, so you can just build and progress and move in the divine destiny that is really intended. To Brother Muffet, that whole the way things line up, there are no coincidences. I'm a person, I just do not believe in coincidences at all. I think it's all a blessing. I think it's all divine providence. And so the fact that I stumbled upon this holiday jam flyer, because I'm not in Wilmington, no one's reaching out to me giving me this, like all of this stuff, just stumble upon information looking for other things. And if you can make it and you can go, great, enjoy it. If not, then it is what it is. But most of the things that I come across, I'm usually looking for something else, to be quite honest. So I know it is divine energy that's directing me to things and putting things in my face so that I can then act upon it if I'm able to. So thank you, Mr. Kapora. Before Miss Welsing goes, I'm going to play this 5-minute clip of the mayor, the new mayor, the future mayor. Her accolades are long, and her family is, again, in service to the community. She was the state appointed treasurer of the entire state. She ran for city treasurer and she won that office. And she's ran for mayor. This will be her second time running. The last time she lost by 1,000 votes because there were 2 black candidates and 1 white guy, and the white guy won because the black vote was split. The first time he ran, he got 23% of the vote, and he won because there were 7 other people in the race, and they completely split the black vote. They just fractured it. So the guy's been lucky. He's retiring due to age and some health issues. And they decided, as the Democrat Party, the demons that they are, is to bring the governor. Now, he hasn't officially announced, and because we were sitting at a table at lunch, and I really was looking in to see if he's made this official announcement. So he hasn't officially announced it, but he said it multiple times that he's seriously considering it. So whether they're dangling this threat out there or they truly intend to do it, it is very unusual, if not unheard of, for a governor to come back to the mayorship. And she addresses it in this speech, which is a phenomenal speech. It does pop a couple of times because of the mic, but you'll be able to get the gist of what she's saying and how she's saying it. So I'm going to go into it right now, and then we'll get to Miss Welsing right after that.
That wants to work. All people. We're about to have a city that wants people to own businesses, prosper, and become wealthy. Yes. All people. We're about to have a city where people who are homeless have an opportunity to live in housing and shelter that everybody deserves as a human right. All people. We're about to have a city where people can feel safe in their community, where they feel a part of a community, where they can get assistance if they are experiencing mental health challenges, if they're trying to recover from something that might have happened in their life. All of us are but a moment away from. All of us. All people. All people. We're about to have a city where neighborhoods are built up. Where Rodney Square is accessible to people who like to ride the bus, not just to a attorneys who like to look out and walk their dogs. All people. We're about to have a city where there's a whole lot of balance between condos that are built in parts of the community and homes that are renovated from dilapidation, from vacancy, to people living in them and owning them. All people. We're about to have a whole revitalization of labor in this city. Good paying jobs with benefits. And I know something about that because I have a father. Union jobs. And non-union that pay livable wages. In many cases because the unions prop them up. Where our young people coming out of high school and college are learning trades and seeing the benefit of working in those trades for a lifetime, where they can end up with a pension, they can own their home, they can provide for their family, and they can have a career. An option versus college. An option for all people. So that's all I can say is, are you ready for a new Wilmington? Because that's what we're about to see happen. Now I'm going to say this. There are people who don't want to see that happen. And we know that. But if we all get the power that we have together, they can't stop it. And know that they will try. You ever heard of a governor running for mayor? A governor who's been a lieutenant governor and a congressman and a governor and now wants to run for mayor. Like, something about that just doesn't compute. Like, what did you do in the last 8 years with the highest budget in the state? What did you do? Or what couldn't you have done then that you could do now? Nothing. So please take that somewhere else. Okay? So we are about to enter 2024. And it's going to be a new day. And we're going to bring a new city. And I need all the help of everybody in this room to make it happen. I want to thank everybody for coming out and supporting. And I feel the change in the wind. Not for me. This is for us. This is for us. And not just us who are here now. This is for generations of us. For generations of us. So I thank you all so much. And I want to thank DJ.
Thank you so much.
Okay. So that is the future mayor of Wilmington. And just to kind of reiterate, she talked about making sure that people would have homes. Now she's talking about a city, and she's talking about all people. Now, here's what's interesting about her stressing all people. Wilmington is a Black majority city. When I talked to her at the March rally about a month or so ago, she felt like it was 70% Black, the demographics. So she's really using terminology to get the point across that the fact that the money's not flowing to the Black community. These were conversations that we had, and she understands that because she was a treasurer for the state and for the city. And so she knows, and kind of reiterated that in different parts of that speech and conversations as well. So when she's saying all people, she's really saying the money we know is not coming to this community. We know the money's being diverted, and we need to bring the money back to the community, to the Black majority community in the city of Wilmington. She talks about trade schools, which is very important in this city, for the youth, for the younger individuals who will not have a desire to go to college, but they could develop skills that they could start a business and or have employment. She talks about home ownership. Um, she kind of really hits everything. Then, and that's something that I really didn't acknowledge. I knew he was lieutenant governor. I knew he was governor. I knew he was on some council, but I didn't know that he was a U.S. Congressperson as well. So she really hit home the point of this person had all this access to funding, all this money under his control, essentially, and did very little, next to nothing, for the Black majority citizens of Wilmington. And she really hit hard on that point. So I'm going to clip this up. Like I said, the audio was a little off because the mic was just off, unfortunately. It's like the one thing you get, one job as the DJ, make sure that the mic works, right? So for whatever reason, they just had this issue with the mic. But she hit all the major points, and very sincere. To me, this wasn't a campaign speech. This was just her talking to her friends and family and the community, as she stated. And so everything that I can do, which is not going to be much, but I'm going to do everything I can to help her in her efforts so that she can in fact win, that the vote doesn't get split, that the people understand that it's very important not to split the Black vote in the community, because if you do that, unfortunately, if there's a white person in there, a Hispanic, an Asian, whatever, some other demographic, they're going to win by default because you keep splitting the vote. So we're going to try to do everything we can to prevent that part of it, and that should help. And as well as anything to help get the voter registration numbers up. The way the white mayor won the first time was he was able to convince, because he was a Republican, or he lives in a Republican district, he was able to convince 1,000 Republicans to switch over to Democrat in order to help him win the first time he ran. That's something that she needs as well. She needs people who don't vote regularly to get out and actually show up to vote, to help her close that 1,000 vote deficit from the last election, and to bring some new energy into the situation. So Miss Welsing's up next. We got two people requesting. I'm about to bring some folks up to the great one. This is a uplift.
Right before Miss Wilson goes, also it's also important to know that we also need to know, get out and probably get people registered to vote. That's a really big thing too.
That's it. Knocking on doors.
Figuring out, how to actually get a campaign or people, up to Delaware, to be able to walk around and get people registered and just talk to them about her, and having maybe like a team of people that can maybe get together on the weekend, and maybe, we can do kind of like a weekend trip to canvas around. I think that's going to be a big, huge movement to get traction going for her in that regard. I'm sorry, Wilson. You got it.
Oh, hi, everybody. Happy New Year to everybody. Hoping everyone is well. I'm going to say a couple of things here that I finally have the courage to say that I've kept quiet for almost 3.5 years. Because if there's one thing that I have experienced in Clubhouse, as well as in, I hadn't experienced in X until some people in Clubhouse have come over and have reminded me of why I left Clubhouse.
it's profound. I mean, it says protect Black women. It's not just protect Black women from Black men. It's also from other Black women. And I have had, and I've kept quiet because for me, I've laid in the cut a lot. I've laid in the cut to watch people unfold, watch them undo themselves. They were always so worried about me being an ally, me being a non-FBA, and I can't be trusted, and I'm not this and that. And the same people who roar the loudest are the ones that I have witnessed fuck over their own people, undermine their own people, steal from their own people, disrespect their own, whether it's a Black American female or Black American male. And here I am, always giving grace to those who gate-kept me from Clubhouse, who took money from me and never gave it back, who, when I spent $800 on a very rare recording of Dr. Joy DeGruy, my purpose for that was to share it among everyone, because as an ally, I'm for everyone, whether you refer to yourself as Negro, U.S. Negro freedman, whether it's the security tribe, whatever. In Clubhouse, my goal was to share that among everybody. And then it was taken and never to be seen again. And so I have had to sit and be quiet because, of course, how dare I even open up my mouth? I wouldn't dare, with my lineage. But I have been good to people. I have been good to everyone. I tried to be. But yet I was called motherfucking bitch. I have been asked to speak on behalf of the California Reparations Task Force, which I did. And yet I have been called all kinds of names. I have people among these spaces that are so-called leaders that ain't shit. They ain't shit. I've seen them and how they talk. I've seen them talk out the sides of their asses. I've seen them treat one another like shit. And yet here I am. They have waited for 3.5 years to see this ally, to catch this ally off code. I don't even worry about that. That's never even in my genetic makeup, because for 3.5 years, you haven't caught me off code, because I've never been off code. It's just who I am. And yet I have been disrespected by both male and female Black Americans. And yet I still stay in the movement. I mean, I remember not too long ago, all I said was something on stage. I said, my people. And this woman that was in the audience, who calls herself a PhD, cursed me out and called me a Judas because I'm not supposed to say my people.
Damn.
So I have been called up to a tribunal back in Clubhouse, told that I should not be in any spaces for the reparations movement. And the very person who was a part of that trio, just a week later, was accused of stealing money out of FBA purses when she was at a reparations march in Atlanta. Okay?
God,
so
damn.
I can say that I am like the low-hanging fruit. So when someone has a bad day, or if their secret non-FBA spouse or ex-spouse did them something bad, they come into a room and they see me and try to take it out on me. As if I had anything to do with that, whatever their personal issues are. The one thing I will say is this. In the last 3.5 years, and the way I have moved
in Clubhouse, the way I've moved.
What does the current landscape look like for Black America?
The way I have treated people, which is my authentic self. I'm not putting on any act. My scholarship on Black American history is due in a large part to my Cuban and Jamaican parents. And that I am truly am, and I'll say I will say this, that my next journey,
definitely not doing that tonight,
come February, is that something that I think my father wanted his kids to do, and it feels natural to me, is that I think I am going to start the journey to convert to Islam, while I am going to Detroit in February.
There you go. Love that.
It just feels natural to me, and it feels that there's a yearning, there's a need. And so I can say that nothing that I have ever lived for, there's no one that can tell me anything about Black Americans that I would never fight for. There's nothing that any non-Black person can tell me that I would just stay down and agree. I've often said that, Black American history is the greatest writer in the world couldn't have written. Black Americans are majestic. That's the only word that I could describe that I think about everything. It's majestic. But what I have refused to do anymore is I will not lay down. Like the other day, what happened was a triggering from back in Clubhouse days. When I tell you, and I am not lying to you, that just because they heard I was going to march in 2021 in the fall, my family's life was threatened and my life was threatened.
Damn.
I had to confer to a brother who used to be was an ex Rolling 60s, to his friend he used to gangbang with in DC to shadow me. I had to pay him $1,000 to shadow me, so that, because I wasn't sure if these people in Clubhouse were serious or not. I wasn't sure. But what I wasn't going to call the police on anybody. I was going to do it the way my father taught me to do it. Because had something happened to me or attempted to happen to me because I'm marching for reparations, he was there. No one knew, but he was there to protect me. So, it's like I've heard these quote unquote leaders talk about allyship and the lack of it, but here I am an ally, but you treat me like shit.
Damn.
Here I am an ally that went and searched 2 very rare recordings of Dr. Joy DeGrew's post-traumatic slave syndrome. $800 of my own money, and I gave it to a particular person who was doing books and said, I want to share it with everybody. And she took it. She never gave it back. And from what I hear from a credible source, she sold it and put the money in her own pocket. That's what she did to her own people. Some of the banners, not all of them, some of the banners that are being taken, pictures of people taking, was my money that I did it. Because I wanted nice banners. And they were beautiful. Oh, put my money where my mouth is? Sure. $60,000 of my cash has gone to help young people who are going to law school who cannot afford those expensive books. That's a fact. People ask me, as a matter of fact, I see Miss Giselle in here. Giselle, I got to tell you that I am so sorry. I owe you that narrative. And guess what? Half of it is done. I've got to do the other half. I'm just dealing with something personal. One of my dear friends passed away, and she left me and another mutual friend of mine as co-executive of her estate. So I'm dealing with that. But Giselle, I promise I will give you that that stuff that you asked me to do. So I am done and finished with people treating me like shit.
I am done with people questioning my loyalty when I see my own FBA people treating each other like shit, talking out of their side of their mouth about each other, but yet I'm the enemy. No one has caught me off code. I wasn't raised off code. Yes, there are allies like me. I know them. Yes, there are black immigrants like my parents that are down for it. The problem with a lot of the people that move in these spaces is that some of them are born in cities they've never left. They don't read. They don't expose themselves to different things. So when you see people like me, everybody, I thought you was at the living age. No, I'm not. So maybe I'm here for a reason, and maybe I'm here to enlighten people. Maybe I'm here to shake you up, make it uncomfortable. This narrative about all non-SB black is enemies. No, maybe I'm here to represent that. But it's been a bitch for me because I'm always afraid to go into a room, always afraid to raise my hand. There's certain rooms that I go in because I know they're not going to fuck with me. I'm always taking chances that one day I was told, they're going to follow me in LA. I didn't know if that was going to be true, so I went and got a gun. Because that's what my father said, look, you don't call the police. You take matters in your own hand. Daddy always taught me that shit because I saw him do it. So, like Miss Giselle, when she met me in 2021, she didn't know, nobody knew, not even Nikki, my closest friend, knew that there was a brother that I paid $1,000 to that had a gun in the event this threat about my family, about me, the nigga was gonna pop the fuck off on somebody. Because that's how I roll.
Hey, that's what you mean. Look here, you gotta protect yourself.
So I'm sick and tired of being questioned about my validity.
You gotta protect
I'm tired of it. I'm tired of the ignorance. I'm tired of this one so-called leader. He ain't shit. He ain't a motherfucking shit. Called me a motherfucking bitch. He ain't shit. I had to tell my brother back in 21. Stay close to mom and Jennifer and everybody and the kids. My brother is armed. My brother was in corrections, and he rolled on the federal level. He has all kinds of artillery. I said, you got to stay close because I don't know if these people are serious. My brother was very upset with me. Because I tell you one motherfucking thing, okay? If anything happened to my mother or my sister or my niece or nephew, I would have moved everything I owned, everything into my brother's name, and I would have gone for that nigga. I would have gone on a plane because I know I've known who he is. I know his name. I know where he lived. I'd have gunned him down. I'm not fucking with them. That's how angry I was. And yet I still stand here because I know the fuck shit. And I know the fact that a lot of these people in these spaces are mentally ill. And they need help. Why I fight to help with reparations? Because they need the money to get their head right. Don't look at me. I'm not your enemy. Look at yourselves because you fuck each other over. You talk to one another like a piece of shit. You treat each other like shit. I don't. I still give grace to the people who treat me like shit and gatekeep me from Clubhouse with respect. Because it's not me. It's them. But I'll be god motherfucking damn.
We need some sage.
If anybody don't think that I'm very polished, I could be. That's a black woman for you. I got to be polished. But let me tell you one motherfucking thing. Fuck with my family.
Hey, I feel you.
Like that old ferret-faced heifer in Clubhouse gonna talk off her mic, don't know me from worth shit. I'm gonna talk about my parents came here and lived off her people. Bitch, no they didn't. They came here during Jim Crow. There was nothing for them to live off of. Bitch. So at the end of the day, you're talking to somebody that's had it. You're talking to somebody that have put her money where her mouth is. Right now, you know what's a bitch? Is that I was trying to get a scholarship together because this whole money thing has been just for Black American people only. But of course, now that Edward Bloom is in the play, I can't get that shit done. But I'm going to keep rolling the way I have been rolling. So don't come up in here talking to me, anybody, any sideways, and think that you're going to just treat me the way you want to. I put my money where my mouth is. Because I believe in reparations. And I land with that.
Whew. Okay. See, I'm still so.
And like I said, it's not protection of Black American women. It is some of the women too. I land with that. And it's like, get your shit right. You can't. I love when I see these rooms. What kills me is when they up in there talking all that bullshit, all this brotherhood shit, and all this sisterhood shit. But then the next day, you up in the room cursing each other out. Let me tell you something, and I'm an ally. What the fuck do I know? But at the end of the day, if you think this fight is equal to what your ancestors dealt with to get civil rights, you make a grave mistake. Because I'm out here trying to get the money. I'm out here. I fly all over the world. I fly all over the United States. Let me tell you something. You ain't fighting white folks. You just wish you were just fighting white folks. You fighting Asians, you fighting Spanish, you fighting them Indians, you fighting them Latinos, you fighting all them Eastern Europeans, you fighting a whole lot of motherfuckers that are coming in here.
Fighting the planet.
Under the pretense of whiteness, including
it's the whole world.
Black immigrants.
It's the whole world.
Then Black immigrants are not your problem. You 60 years of voting blue no matter who has fucked you all over. And if you don't unify, I've been 3.5 years, I've been at Clubhouse listening to folks argue about how they're going to identify. I'm like, look, you know what? We ain't got no motherfucking time for this shit right here. Okay? As Black people, if your lineage is tied to U.S. chattel enslavement right now, you better get on it. Because if there is 1 or 2 decades of I don't give a fuck about Black American people in these last 2. And when I see that I have to sit down with developers and my team, we're the only Black, believe me, as much as we have done, as much of our business plan, as much as our deck is so fucking dope, I still gotta fight as if I'm a newbie. And I'm dealing with millions of dollars.
Wilson, thank you for sharing, for everything. I want to make sure let's go back into what you were saying. I'm just jumping into the conversation. Some of the stuff I missed because I couldn't hear anything. But I heard a lot of what you said. I understand your frustration, but I also feel like I think we're at a point now where it's like we have to have lines for all of this. Because just like I believe you came through, you've always come through, and you've always gone for us in a lot of different ways. Every one of these groups on this side of the soil has been traumatized when we talk about slavery. So even down to your bloodlines, it's the same stuff. And people fight on internal. You're going to have that. And I'm not going to bypass what people talking about putting your life in danger. I don't rock with that. It has to get to a point where, and I've been saying this on all of the apps, in all of these spaces, we have to get to a more serious point because there's some serious things going on. I think certain areas you should kind of like, I would just for your own sake, like fall out of those spaces because some things we do gotta fight through in it over here. You know, you've grown up in our communities. It's a lot of things that has happened, but we have to fight through a lot of the things that we've gone through. It's absolutely trauma that we've gone through. And as far as the voting blue, no matter who, that was just a weapon. And our people were sold that weapon while they were under trauma. It wasn't like no trauma and we just voluntarily voted blue no matter who. This was a systematic thing. And understanding all of that, we know what got us here. At this point, it's breaking those patterns, it's breaking those systems, it's waking people up to what's really going on and how we can win. As far as like you being an ally, I would never deny the things that you've done for our people, but certain things we have to fight through. That's the part where the allyship, it won't be able to fix that. That's stuff that we fight through.
I know that. I'm not trying to fix that. I know that.
But respect, I don't think it's okay for anybody to threaten your life. I think that's actually like out of place. I think beyond the reparations movement, melanated people, just speaking in general, the goal is to get rid of every single one of the like black races on this planet. Well, melanated, complected people on this planet.
Mm-hmm. No question.
More importantly, the void. But we're at a point where we got to have certain parts where we have the allies. Y'all handle business in a certain area where we handle business. You know, where we can only figure that part out. I know you come into the spaces and you hear us going back and forth. It's gonna be that. That's what happens when we're going through these growth spurts. That's what happened when the toxicity from the bullshit that we've had to grow up in, or like our experiences come to the surface. We understand all of that. Like, we know people cussing each other out all day. It's actually part of how we've been able to deal with each other for so many decades. It's a nuanced way to deal with stuff, but at the same, like it's just a familiar. That's something that we just.
Yeah, but Giselle, what I'm trying to say is that there is a certain level of emotional intelligence that is lacking and it is required in order to move forward. I'm not, and I understand what you're saying, but you know as well as I do that, there's a certain point where, like, for me, I've never inserted myself in anybody's business. I've never centered myself in any of FBA business. You know that. Okay, what I have always done was attributed to anybody's room, including some of your rooms. And so, but what I don't want to do and what I refuse to be exposed to is the nastiness that I have experienced. And you have not been privy to a lot of that. Okay, and then so what happened to me about a week ago? You weren't even. I don't think you were in that room. You didn't even know. Or you might have heard about it. But
no, I didn't.
Point where you just right. So okay. So there's a backstory. I'm not going to get into it, and you and I could talk about it offline. But what I was proud of, what showed me that my measuredness, the intentional decency that I give everybody in their space, no matter what group they're a part of, worked. Because that incident last week, that person got smoke from people on all groups. Because for me, decency wins. Truth wins. I stand in my truth. Truth wins. So to tell me that this is what they do sometimes, yeah, I understand that. But I'm not going to accept anymore anyone treating me with the level of disrespect, the level of gatekeeping that I did, that I experienced in Clubhouse, and never, ever, ever mistreated anybody. Because for me, the goal has always, the eye on the prize for me has always been moving for reparations. So if this group don't want me around there, fine, let me find another group. I'm going to go over here, and I'm every step, I'm making one step forward towards a movement of reparations. You don't want me around here, I'm going to find out this. That's how I have been. So you know, I'm gonna land with that, and I'm gonna leave soon because I got to get out of here. But I just wanted to say that because when you got to be really true to protect.
You do, but what I wanted to also say is that if it isn't this group of people, if we were in a room, because I've been in rooms, I've been in the international rooms. I actually used to go in there where they had discussions about Black Americans. And so I think when you say immigrants are not our problem, in a sense where we're having a discussion compartmentally about the culture.
You know, I should have clarified that. I know where you're going. It wasn't what I was meant to say. I just about their power. You know what I mean?
Right, and I understood. Right, because we've had this conversation before, and I just wanted to make sure the room understood. You know, you're not new to us. We're very familiar with you, and so at the end of the day, the experience that you are having is almost the experience that I think Black Americans often talk about, even in the way that some people, look at it in a disdain way, or maybe if it's not a productive way. If you notice, I just choose to stay away from that, stay away and stay out of those spaces because it's harmful.
A lot of those people come over in spaces where I'm at. You know what I'm saying? But you know that.
What I'm saying is, right. But what I'm saying is you can't regulate. So you can't regulate the internet or social media, right? But you can protect yourself. And the other thing is that I think I agree with
Rella. Let me just interject 1 second. I heard the way he handled my sister I Am. That shit, I thought about it this morning. That shit bothered me.
Right.
That bothered me to my soul. You know what I'm saying?
We're not gonna get into it, but I'm gonna.
Right.
I want to say, but I want
to of Black women. Maybe I am just. What's the word? I'm triggered. I don't know what it is, but I'm just like I feel like this is a moment for me to let it all out. Like what happened? What was said?
I don't think it's a. But I don't think. But in that regard, I don't think it's an immigrant thing.
It's not.
Because he's done it.
But it's a protection thing.
Yeah, man, he's done it to people who weren't immigrants, and so you're not even immigrants. So I'm just saying.
Let me jump in real quick, if you don't mind.
Go ahead, man.
Thank you, brother. Shout out to everybody in the room. And Wilson, you said you're going to leave, and I was saying to myself, well, hope she doesn't leave before I get the chance to speak. First of all, Wilson, everything you said. If we was in a poetry night, the finger snaps all over the place. It was eloquent, passionate, and spot the hell on. And thank you for saying what you said, because I think, and shout out to Black for this room, and the fact that, you know what, you the way you expressed what you were saying, Wilson, you've had it up to here. It ain't no more ceiling left for the bullshit. Okay? And I'm grateful that you spoke that out, because today you're up. Today it ain't no more ceiling for you. Yesterday it wasn't no more ceiling for me. You heard what I said? So thank you for just putting that out there in the atmosphere. We have those moments. And someone that is moving and shaking like you, to try to equate everything you do, Welsing, to behavior on this funky ass app. Okay? All it's doing is shrinking you down. You're much greater. You cover more territory than this blue ass app provides. You understand what I mean? And if the people that you encounter, if they cannot recognize, because that's what's key. Game recognize game up in this space. If they don't recognize that they're dealing with someone who is articulate, who's speaking facts, who's coming with passion, not that fake shit, but that real shit, and is willing to put their money where their mouth is and do what's necessary. In the real world, boots on the ground, people aren't going to give a fuck where you're from. It's what you're doing that helps them get across the goal. And I always think about before Malcolm X went to Mecca, and the white woman came up to him and was, oh, I want it. And he was like, nah, hell no, get the hell out of here. I'm paraphrasing. But it wasn't until he came back from Mecca that he realized, well, shit, there are some allies out here, and we've got to think bigger. So we can't be talking Malcolm X on this little tiny blue app in one space, and then when it's time to get all hands on deck, all of a sudden, well, you ain't this, you ain't that, because everybody else that qualifies, all they're doing is on a panel fucking arguing with each other. So don't let this shit get you down. Keep doing what you're doing. Stay passionate. Stay on fire. And don't look at it as, I don't go into a room where I know people aren't going to fuck with me. Look at it as, I'm not going in a room because I don't fuck with them. You bring too much to the table, Welsing. You bring way too much to the table to let an asshole minimize you and devalue you. So if this is Women's Night on Spaces tonight, damn it, you deserve an award. So
thank you so much, because what you're hearing is 3.5 years of me being quiet, and I've had to suck it up, and I've had to shut up, and just take one for the team, because I don't want to cause any problems, because I am an ally. I'm for everybody, and I really am. Let me tell you something. I forgot to say this, and this ain't no lie, because I have it in black and white in my text. I have a so-called leader that sent me a text 2 weeks ago telling me that he does not want me to support Friedman. I swear to God, this is a black American telling a non-black American not to support his own black American. And I responded in the text telling him that I cannot do that because I am a true ally. And a true ally,
Are you calling yourself a non-black? Are you calling yourself a non-black American?
Wait, I love you, but hold on a second. I said I cannot do that because I am a true ally, and a true ally, I want to see all black Americans get what they deserve. Don't ask me not to support Friedman. I may not agree with him or them. I may not agree with a lot of people, but at the end of the day, what I see everybody as is the lineage to black America, to U.S. chattel enslavement. Now, I don't know who was in the room when I, in the beginning of my dialogue, said that I wasn't black American. He got off the mic. Oh, you ain't black American? It's like, look, okay, so you liked me before. You found out I wasn't black American. So now you're going to hate me now? Based on what?
Okay, can I ask my question now?
So I'll ask my question. Just land.
No, I don't want you to land. I want you to be able to add this to your what you're saying. Are you here on a visa?
No, I was born in New York City. I was born in the Bronx.
Okay, so why you non-black visa? What I'm saying is, what I'm trying to
because what I'm trying because I've been.
I know, but that's why I'm trying to point this out. I'm pointing.
Is the only. Hold on, Bella. Giselle might be the only person in this room that understands from day one. And I don't know if Giselle was in. Giselle, were you in that room 3.5 years ago when Said was moderating? I think it was Said moderating room. They were her property when I first got into the room. Were you in that room, Giselle?
No, I had no clue, but we did do a couple of books. I don't know.
Okay, so let me tell you what happened. Let me tell you what happened, Giselle. So when I first got into Clubhouse, I was so excited because all my interest was black related only. So I had just read that book 2 months prior. They were a property. I couldn't talk to anybody about it because it was like, everybody, you got to read this book. This book is brilliant. So I go into Clubhouse, first time ever. I'm scrolling down and I look, I see They Were Her Property chapter, I think it was chapter 2 or 3. I ran in there. I'm like, oh my God, I can start talking about it. And I tell you, when I got in that room, when I got in that room and I'm listening to everybody, and they were talking about chapter 2 because chapter 2, 3, and 5, in my opinion, was the most profound of that book. And so I went up there to lend my opinion, and little did I know that I wrote in my profile that I was born in the Bronx. My father's Cuban, my mother's Jamaican. Little did I know that this was going to cause this problem. I get up there to say something. All of a sudden, wait a minute. Okay, who are you? And what do you identify as Black American, African American? And I thought we were here to talk about the book. From that moment on, I was like, and then I was in shock because I was in shock. So, look, all I'm saying is this. I think Martin Luther King said it best that you got to judge a man by his character. You got to judge a man by his character. You got to see what this person, what they stand on. And I'm a firm believer in that. More than ever, I have always listened to that in my head for the last 3.5 years. But I am actually almost at a point where I'm like, you know what? Maybe in 2024, you're going to see less of me because there's a project that I'm doing for our people that I'm under NDA that's going to take me away. But I rock with everybody, and I love everyone, and I never, ever, 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 in my life, in every fiber of my being, never do I wake up and say that I am not for Black American causes. Absolutely, the morality, the immorality of this country and what they have done to Black American people. I don't know. This is why this country can't move forward. You cannot move forward without making Black American people whole.
Right, and this is why I'm saying I'm going to finish saying what I'm saying, because I need this to be. This is where we talk about that understanding, and we talk about how the way that people have gone about. I think delineation in the places of harm. It's the space and time where when we talk about first and second generation. People who were born here by way of their parents immigrating to the country and, positioning themselves and actually been, getting whatever they needed to get to establish themselves. And then you see what happened to the descendants of our community and how those who did not get the inheritance of maybe land or property or anything else, that there's always been this piece of struggle. There's two difference of cultures going on, and the delineation piece is the recognizing that we exist, that there are a difference in those particular two stories. Does not mean that the person who is first, second, third generation born is not the American, because when you say I'm not a Black American, I kind of look a little strangely, because at this point you were actually born by way of birthright citizenship by making you the American. I think, matter of fact, I just posted a video about Ronald Reagan actually making a statement about that. And we can talk about harms. We can talk about history. We can talk about even your family and how they came by way of, and you can hear my story and where our family came through our adversities and difficulties. I don't have to bash you on it. But the one thing that I take appreciation of and admiration of for other people who come from parents who are immigrants is that you recognize that there is a miseducation and a misunderstanding and an erasure that has been happening to the descendant community. That's important. And I don't want there to be this heinous argument. And again, this goes back to other people who are put, I think people fan out on people, and they put people on pedestals and they start to follow them. And then they create this culture where anybody who is not a descendant from someone who has, 5th, 6th, 12 generations of family members here from the soil, you now can't have a conversation about the information we're trying to saturate in the public. We cannot be the only ones who know this information. We can't be the only ones who are trying to lift the veil of what it means to be ADOS or FBA, a freedman, or a Black American, and how that face looks so different depending on the family and the experience that people come with. That has to be in the conversation of our culture. And that's important. If you cannot have that conversation, then really what are we doing? Because it's like we're fighting against the hamster wheel. We're trying to fight against people in regards of who are trying to come in and have a conversation, who might have a different perspective or misunderstanding. And then at the same time, you're telling them, okay, well, they can't speak on it because they're not this. Well, when do they get to speak on it and actually even bring that information to their family and friends or people they're in rooms with? Because they need to carry that information too into important spaces. We can't be the only ones.
No doubt about it. No doubt about it.
So I just wanted to say that.
When Giselle invited me to her show. Giselle, you remember that? You had invited me. You don't even know. Like a day or two before, or like a day or two. I was afraid. I was going to tell you maybe I should do it later. Because I was afraid that if I was on your show, that you were going to catch some smoke. You know, and then I felt so guilty not saying anything at the time. I was like, maybe I should. I don't know. I wasn't sure, you know, because you have children and everything like that. I was like, I didn't know what was right or wrong at the time, you know? So,
all right, look, Wilson, this is how I look at all of this stuff. How you coming through people, oh my God, and this is why I have not been online because there's so much craziness, but I don't know exactly what happened with you. I didn't know anything even happened to you this week, but it sounds like you kind of getting pushed to the edge again. I think we have to all realign. Right now we're dealing with trauma on trauma on trauma. We're breaking through, but I mean, we're getting some gains ahead, and we got other stuff that's going on too. But this part, I'm just saying, specifically for us, we do have to fight through it. However, I get it. You were born here. Everybody that you know is us. But I think that this is the time where you do the best that you can in your place, you know, in your position, and then you keep it moving. You don't have to try so hard to prove anything to anybody. That's the part. You've paid thousands into the movement. I know that personally. You put money, absolutely put your money where your mouth is. You come to the rallies, you come to the protests, you come to the rallies. If somebody needs something, you add to that. You get donations, you help to donate to whatever we got to do in these spaces. That is greatly appreciated. But you don't have to overgive to prove that you are a good ally. I think this is getting to the point where it's like, don't forget who you are. At the same time, you got your own people, you know, you got your own bloodline that you need to be fighting for. Like, your people went through slavery. Like, right now is the time where with your connection with us, you know, all of the stuff that we went through in this history, you could be setting stuff up to fight for your own bloodline who went through, like, war. As we're doing the same thing for our bloodline. We collaborate in the necessary areas, because I don't want you to feel like you got to be in these areas, in these spaces and getting abused. That's unnecessary. Like, that to me is not necessary. You should never be in those spaces where you're scared to walk around. And don't feel like you have to insert yourself into any of these spaces. You should not have to insert yourself into any of these spaces or feel like you have to. If you're saying, look, I'm an ally, y'all let me know if y'all need something. That's it. Hey, I see that y'all need this. This is where I'm good at. Here's something that I can do to help y'all. Keep it moving. Like, that's where it got to get to. Because what happens is we're fighting real snakes in real time. You know, a lot of people don't know who from who. I know your story. I know you come through, and you really come through genuinely because you really give a damn. You grew up with our people, and so that's who you know. Yeah, I mean, that's who you hang with. And so, I mean, that's who you've been with all of these years. I would never in a million years, I'd say I don't know what more to say about that.
Yeah, but Giselle, telling me to come in when necessary is not natural for me. This is like I can't.
But this is where this is for your own self. Because
yeah, I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying. You know, but it's just like what you're hearing is 3.5 years of just quiet until now, and that's all. I'm a human being like everybody else, and so you know, at the end of the day, I can't. That's not even natural for me. There's no way. You know what I mean? I know that I'm gonna have to just weather this storm all the time.
Yeah, that's but all. You don't have to put yourself in the midst of, like, if you know some people pop off, don't try to get, like, I know you'll try to go in and say, look, this is what I stand on. Like, if don't nobody believe that or they feel a certain way, you do have to, like, I don't give, like, and I think maybe it's me, because I really do get to the I don't give a fuck stage. I'm like that most of the time when it comes to how somebody feels about me. People can call me a bee, call me everything but the child of God. I don't give a damn unless you're going to make or break me. And nobody can do that to you. Nobody. And I don't like the fact that people have called you out your name. I think on just for male, female purposes, we need to be better, communicate better with each other on that level. But people come from different backgrounds where that's a normalcy. That's what they do. That's how they talk to each other. I'm not going to call like men bees, and like I don't come to I don't come from something where I'm calling females bees all day. You know, I think that's a weirdness, but you know,
you guys see Mel requesting, I can't see it won't let her up.
Cool. I don't see it. Let me send her a mic. I sent her.
I'll go down if you need. I'll go down.
No, all I'm saying.
Updates. Everybody here in my DM and asking me what's going on. Updates. Restart your phone. Updates.
Yeah, all I'm saying is, Wilson, yeah, just at this point, like, I know you don't feel like it's hard for you to do that, but sometimes from these spaces you have to, whether you Black American or not, in real life. But we're gonna go back to the hands. I really don't even know what to say because I'm not in like going through what you're going through to even like criticize.
She hard-headed since she don't listen to her brother either. How you doing, twins?
Yeah, let me jump in here because this is a good place to reiterate what I said earlier, and it's that for the men or the males should be acting as men and doing protection over elders, children, and women. But when it comes to, because she mentioned women on women, for me as a man, if it's women versus women, I'm not going to get involved in that because it's really not, especially if it's like this whatever app situation. It's really not really any of my business in terms of what women gotta hash out. I may see something that's so ugly that I decide not to interact with the person. Maybe even have to get to the point where I completely block a person so that energy doesn't affect what I got going on. But I'm not going to intercede or intervene because it's women and women. But there is also the other element that Ms. Giselle was just talking about is self-protection. And oftentimes you may not know it's coming. I've been trying to keep an eye on the space. We had a couple trolls come in here. I've made sure they were removed. Whenever someone's coming off the mic and it sounds like they're about to say something, I got my hand over the button to get them out of here as well. And in my own personal experience on the platform here, I've had to block people who just are very reckless with their mouths, very reckless in the comments and the post. Sometimes it's entertainment. Sometimes it actually drives me to go deep into non-coincidental information, deep dives into things, and I find stuff that I'm just totally shocked to find. But at sometimes, you just gotta block that person. You literally gotta make them irrelevant to your life, to your energy, to your peace. And so there is also that self-protection, whether you feel you got to carry a firearm to get that. I'm a person who I'm licensed to carry. I have a firearm, but I'm never a person who wants to be looking over my shoulder. That is a very um it's a very dark place to be. And no one wants that energy. I've experienced that a few times in my life, and you just don't want to have that energy, trust me. So I understand, how things that were spoken on would definitely create trauma, and I, as much as I can sympathize with that trauma, I would say, to Miss Giselle's point, as time goes on, develop ways for self-protection. I was in that space recently when that thing went down. I wasn't my space. I was just a speaker, really just listening in, like in the background. And I was thinking in my mind that the people who had the ability to kind of interject, but I understood why after the fact. They just essentially allowed for the exposure of the individual, and there's that part to it. I probably would have intervened simply because I'm not into that at all, and I really don't. I just don't have tolerance for it. But it's good to know who the people are that are people who can't protect Black women. It's good to know who those males are, because if it's a male who can't protect Black women, I don't want them around my family. I don't want, whatever we got going on, if it's a rally, if it's some event, whatever it may be, if that person is there, I don't want to be around that person, or I'm gonna keep my eye on that person. Even last night in the Wilmington, the little event thing, I'm sitting by the front door. I'm watching the security guards. I'm watching how they're interacting with the people. And at the end of the day, I was able to shake their hand. I said, "Man, you guys were on it. You were on point the whole night, because it's important. Security is important, right? And protection is important." So I'll go ahead and let the next person go. Excuse me.
That was cold for he had my back.
That situation in Detroit, the whole time, well, not the whole time, but on the way there, I was thinking, well, you never know. And I was really in my mind thinking, if something was, if we were have to have a similar thing, that I would want to be able to respond to it. If and these guys were big, strong guys, so of course they could have handled it. But if you got rushed with 10 or 15 people, everybody, it's all hands on deck, and there's older women at the door and all of that. So just kind of being aware of what's going on, observing your surroundings and things of that nature. So that's all. But I think it's let's go to Only Male Cruise and then DJ.
Oh, well, I had my hand up and I don't know why, because I'm in here mopping floors and drinking tea. But so yeah, I'm just thankful for the space, and really glad for the opportunity for everybody to kind of get stuff out their chest, and just I think I appreciate too what Giselle was saying. At first, I was like, but I think I see what you're saying, Miss Giselle, about just the self piece of it, because you're Wilson, you won't be good to anybody if you don't have your own inner peace. So if it gets to the point where you find yourself just about to explode, and you'd be deservedly rightful to do, to be there. But yeah, I think that's probably healthy, good information that Miss Giselle said, and that Black backed up. That you know what, weigh it out. And if it looks like it's just, just being in these people's presence is going to be detrimental to you, and the good that you could do for others moving down the road, cut them out. But I want to make sure that you feel, Welsing, I want to make sure that you feel included. Because even though, and I think I was liking what Rella was saying, about the fact that you're the birthright citizenship, but it's important for you to feel included because you're not just somebody you're not just somebody who's rolling through with a checkbook. There's more to you than what you're able to give financially. You offer friendship, you offer encouragement. I hit you up on a DM and told you about my mom, and you said some nice words. So my point is that there's more to you than you writing a check or writing a letter of recommendation for somebody. And it's important that we let you know that we see, when we look at you, we don't just see a dollar sign. Okay? That you bring to the table everything that everybody else brings to the table. And that's extremely important for you to understand that. So yeah, if we should be taking them for you, and we should be egging you on if you're frustrated and people have pissed you off. And you're like, well, I don't care how y'all feel. I'm not sure if y'all. No, we need to be. Yeah, girl, you're right, because we felt that way too. So I just want you to feel included and not feel like this is one of those things where you're a guest, and if you say too much, you're gonna wear out your welcome, and that ain't it. That's not it. So I just hope you feel included. That's among other things. So I'll land right there.
Absolutely, I'd second that. I think most people do appreciate. We got to learn to appreciate all the people, each other. And sometimes this is not a real place. This is the Matrix. Like, to be really, really, keep it all the way 100. Like, this app, this is the Matrix, man. I don't even do other social media to really give an opinion on it other than funded socially. When I was on Facebook, it was just repetition. It was just me reading. The only reason why I even wrote the book is because I'm reading people posting the same information over and over and over, and questioning and asking the same questions over and over and over about our condition or a situation. I'm just like, if this is what this is about, and this was 6 years ago, where you just sit around asking the same question and then wording it differently, but it's essentially the same question over and over and over and over again. It just was like, in my mind, I'm like, there's got to be a solution to it. And that's what took me down this path, to be quite honest, because had I not ever really took the time to get on Facebook, which I never did until 6 years ago, I wouldn't be involved in any of this, to be quite. That's why I say there's no coincidences. Everything happens for a reason and a purpose. And even in the trauma, the toxicity of this app and the things that go on here. Thank God I never was on Clubhouse. Someone tried to convince me to get an account, which I set the account up. And then when I looked at it, I just didn't like the interface. It just didn't really connect with me at all. And so I just deleted it off of my phone after looking at the interface, because it just, to me, just didn't really feel like it was something I could benefit from. But, I hear, for the most part, I don't think I've ever heard anything good about that situation over there. So I'm just like blessed that I never got into it and never really had to witness any of it. And I've done my best to try to not regulate speech, but just keep us on topic, give people freedom to say what they need to say and feel, but not let it get so far off the rails that it becomes a problem or disrespect, which we've been really good at not tolerating that at all. So, you know, in my opinion, time is a tunnel. And when you cross from one year to another year, you're crossing a bridge in a sense. And we're kind of coming out of one tunnel, which I actually did on the Pennsylvania Turnpike coming home today. We're coming out of one tunnel, and there's this short bridge that gets us over to the next tunnel. And that's, you know, that's just how I see it. So I wanted to have a space that uplifted Black women, clean the energy, burn some sage, you know, that type of thing, and then go into this new dimension, fully refreshed, fully prepared, not dragging stuff from the past into the future, but really just taking the future into the future as much as possible. So DJ, you're up. If you're up.
Yeah, this THSL right here. Y'all ain't gonna be having no spaces talking about protect Black women, and you ain't invite me, Black majority. Hold up. No comment, huh? I tried, y'all. I tried. I wasn't ready for the impersonation voice. I could have did better. You know what I'm saying? What's up, family? How y'all doing tonight, though? Mm-hmm.
Good. All good. We good. We rolling.
Can y'all hear me? Or is this room just dry better?
Bro, that's your. Yeah, I hear you.
It's dry, damn. Use your mic, DJ. Use your mic. But I
was just being transferred to be a speaker when you did that. I'm like, what is going on?
Oh, that was you. You said you're not a real woman either. Get off the microphones. You ain't graduated from Howard. Twin, get that ass back up here. Because you're the only one that pulled up for the jersey. We reparations, sister. You know what I'm saying? Wilson, the only person that came to the New Jersey Institute of Social Justice reparations rally. She's the only one. And Brother Kodal, you know what I'm saying? Where was the rest of y'all reparation actors at? There's nowhere to be found, you know what I'm saying? So, Twin, this is why I keep telling you, nobody care about that, you know what I'm saying? We moving forward. Is you rolling with us or not? So let us know if you want to get jumped in. I know we can't beat you up and nothing like that, but, you know, maybe give you some type of Freeman quiz or some shit like that. You know what I'm saying? And you just take a test and shit and get in the game. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. You know what I mean? But nobody care what your background is. I got some Tanzanian motherfuckers that'll tear a nigga up for a nigga. You know what I'm saying? I got some motherfuckers Salvadoran niggas that'll tear a nigga up for a nigga. Nobody care about that. You know what I'm saying? But the fact of the matter is, we're rolling how we rolling, like Ms. Giselle said. So you ain't gotta be all hardcore, you know what I'm saying? Like you are, we know, some of y'all Black women is all editors, you know what I'm saying? And you ain't gotta do that, because that shit ain't necessary, because at the end of the day, you gonna get that smoke like these niggas be giving you up here on this shit. And I can't always be there to protect you. Black can't always be there to protect you. You know what I'm saying? You, sir, can't always be there to protect you. You know what I'm saying? Especially when, and then y'all don't be listening. I gotta get on y'all a little bit. I know this ain't straight, but when a brother say, "Hey, look, come up out of this room, sister," it ain't 100. You know what I'm saying? We gotta go, because if anything go wrong, we use one book for him. So with that being said, you are a Black American, regardless if it's by lineage, you know what I'm saying, or just being born here. You know what I'm saying? Ain't nobody checking for nobody background like that. That's the dumbest stuff ever. Because at the end of the day, the only tellers is those that are against our reparations claim. You're not a teller because you ain't against our reparations claim. And tether is not a racial slur. That's just some made up joke shit. You know what I'm saying? So let's be logical about this for a moment. You know what I mean? When I talk to the homies out here, I don't give a fuck if they Haitian, Jamaican, fucking Guyanese, fucking Panamanian. Hey, yo, look, reparations, nigga. Oh, word, bro, word. Yeah, hey, look, take this information, run it back to the folks on the island and shit. We got it, yo. We got it now, you know what I'm saying? Like, what's up, you know what I mean? And some folks take heed to that shit. I got an Arab dude that let me post the QR codes in his chicken shacks. Real shit, right here in Exodus County. You know what I mean? I told him what it was, reparations. Hey, look, here's the free DVD. You check the information out. All he says, give me a call, you know what I mean? Sometimes, some people just do that to put you off. But I put him to the test. He's like, yeah, I'm not dead to starve, but you could go see my workers and they'll give you whatever it is you need, and you can put your stuff there.
So take his flyers from the chicken shack, slip an insert of the QR code in there and start handing them shits out. So we have allies out here and folks that are with Black Americans, you know what I mean, and want us to have our justice claim, you know what I mean? But if you got the knackers up here, you know what I'm saying, the watermelon heads, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? They terrorists at the end of the day. You know what I mean? They effing it up for everybody else, you know what I mean? So, yeah, I know, and a lot of this stuff is just really just jokes at the end of the day. So you got to have some thick-ass skin, Eddie Murphy, you know what I'm saying? So with that being said, you know, I don't care what it is your background is, you know what I'm saying? That don't matter to me because I didn't grow up just all Black American neighborhood. I grew up in the white hood. I'm in the Filipino hood. I'm over here at this hood. I'm around, you know what I'm saying? Real shit, you know what I'm saying? I'm around. Hey, look, these people, they fuck with us. And they are waiting for Black Americans to make a fucking move. Because they tell me that shit all the time. Shout out to the South Africans, you know what I mean? We waiting for y'all Black Americans. Real shit, you know what I mean? I don't know if we really understand that because we never even had the conversation with others to know how they really feel about us and us feel about them. We don't talk about this stuff.
So I have different friends from different places, different parts of the world. And again, I'm gonna put myself in a position and say what I said again earlier. There is a level of understanding that is trying to be had, which is why the discussion of a delineation comes about. But it becomes harmful when you try to, it's like you're trying to spare someone at the same time without just having a conversation. Like, I'm not going to spare myself if I'm around other melanated people just so that they feel comfortable. Because what has happened is we get into a position where now you start to say that you don't care where someone is from, or you don't care who they are and things like that. And I don't think that's what we really mean. I think we really need to be intentional, even with our language, on what it is that we're trying to express. Because I do care about where people are from. I do care about their culture, their food, and what it is that they want to share with me, because I have things I want to share with them, and that I want them to care about that also.
Well,
and you got to give people.
That's what I'm saying, Rella. Nobody.
I know, I know, but I'm trying to. I'm just detailing.
I know you're getting in detail, but that's what I'm saying.
All right. So let me finish.
You're melanated and all this other stuff. Right.
Right. So what I'm trying to convey is that it's not that we don't care. We actually do. And we care so much so that we are talking about in spaces with other people from with parents from other places, but we're trying to make it so much so that when we have the conversations, we don't want to have the conversations with other people. It becomes this big argument. And then other groups of people need to realize too, other melanated and other groups of people, that they too participate in erasure when it comes to the descendant community. Because it took us this long to get to the point where we really are saying, hey, we still exist and we're here. That Black people aren't a monolith, but we come in an array of varieties in different categories and cultures and, from around the world. But in America, we also have these things that for people who come into the country and benefit from them. That is what we are trying to say. And I think at times people go overboard with it. They probably are frustrated like we all are at times. So the love is missing in the conversations when we're talking to one another. And then there's the respect that's also missing, because you hear people say, I don't have to ask for nothing. I don't got to respect you. You fled and you ran from your country and you did this, that, and the third, right? Well, at the same time, even if the descendant didn't have a place to run to, or to flee to. That is something that other groups of people need to know that when they come into our spaces. They need to know that we had no choice but to go back to back with one another and fight our way to the point where we are today. We didn't have a choice. Right? But now people have choices. You have celebrities and people who aren't celebrities moving to other countries, and all the experiences are not always good. They're not always well. Some are and some aren't. And we need to give ourselves the space and room to have a well-rounded conversation so we can allow ourselves to evolve into the new year. And I think that is going to be a healthier way to go versus always having to be in a place where you're arguing with everyone who is either like you, because FBA, Freedmen, ADOS, you're still talking about the same people. And then if you are talking about other groups of people, right, you want to have a fight and argument with them, so then the message never even gets to the masses. And then you try to be the gatekeepers that we always talk about. We can't have it both ways. You can't cut off your nose just to spite your face. It's going to be one or the other. You're going to be in a position where the information, you can be passionate about it. You can be very moved about it and gung-ho about it in a room with someone like a Welsing or someone like myself. Or you can really be intentional about the changes that we're actually calling for. Reparations, if other groups really, really had I think the experience, and they knew the experience, and they gave us the time of day to share those experiences and the history, the reparations wouldn't just be a call coming from us. Do you understand what I'm saying? I hope I'm being very clear.
Yeah, but they're not coming to be your friend. They're coming for resources.
We're not talking about friend, but we're not asking. I'm not asking. You're not asking one to be a friend. You're saying if you are saying that you want something, and the people who also have a right to vote in this country also are saying that they're here to get something for themselves, right? But they need your vote to get also what they're doing too, unless they have infiltrated and lobbied their way into government, which most groups, other groups have. Then, you understand what I'm saying? So like we have there's a it's like a war every time you turn around. Well, which one are we gonna fight, and which one are we gonna be like, listen, that's how it's above me.
Right. I know Yusuf got a saying, oh, I'm just gonna be quiet, but again, just for the record or whatever, I'm just specifically speaking to Twin. You know what I'm saying? Because we don't have these conversations before, so I'm just ranting and speaking out loud like she's speaking out loud. You know what I mean? That's our sister right here. You know what I mean? There ain't no ifs, ands, or buts about it, and just leave it at that. You know what I'm saying? And those that want to disrespect, you know what I mean? You know, hey, it's a small world. And we ain't leaving. You know what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, it is what it is. But you know what it really falls down to is that it's just folks that are on this app all day, or apps rather, I guess, because y'all was talking about Clubhouse. I never really went over that, you know what I mean? Even though I got an account over there. These folks are online, like-minded folks. The reason why me and News Todd do 16 spaces a month, you know what I'm saying? Because, hey, it's high school shit up here. You know what I'm saying? The jocks over there, the cheerleaders over there, the nerd knackers over there. You feel what I'm saying? That's all this is. You know what I mean? The smart
I'm gonna say with the nerds.
Right. You know what I'm saying? So yeah. So the nerds are on social, by the way. You know what I mean? Funded socially. You know what I mean? What's that room we got? Black nerds, right? You know what I mean? We got one of those rooms up there. So. Yeah. So go ahead, Yusuf. I ain't gonna talk too much, but you know, moving forward, 2024.
DJ, you're not a co-host today. You talking about DJ? You talking about?
I'm texting for it though. You know what I'm saying? I'm always in here. I'm integrated some way, like
You said
I'm integrated some way. Y'all just come out of nowhere. You know what I mean? But look, just moving forward. You know what I'm saying? In 2024, we really just need to abandon these apps, these WPIs. That's why that's my name, White Public Institutions. Institutions are now Black. Just post strictly on fundedsocially.com. Moving forward. Oh, there go the Wendy's coming out the oven. Let's go. So post on fundedsocially.com. Going forward. and you just take whatever you post up there and post it back in on these white platforms. At least this way they don't get our content, and they can't monetize it in that way because it ain't the original source of the upload. But go ahead, you sir.
Thank you. I have my headphones on, so hopefully y'all can hear me fine. You know, honestly, I really didn't have too much to say about, I guess, with the topic, how it's, you know, developed. But then I was thinking, like, you know, I think someone was mentioning, like, Clubhouse. Like, I have nothing bad to say about Clubhouse, even Twitter. I mean, it's just about how you manage your time and energy. Like, these apps are amazing if you don't, you know, bullshit on them. If you're just in conversations, like, I would not have been in this, you know, I guess the you know, Black majority state migration if we weren't having productive conversations. And I think you should, you know, go where you feel like you're actually being productive. And if people don't like you, then fuck them. Like, I don't understand why anybody would waste their time with people that, you know, devalue them. And I think, you know, not just, you know, the overall topic, just in general, we must value our time and make sure that we are being productive with it. So, I mean, as far as the overall, I guess, topic that you all were talking about, for me, I really didn't care. I know that, how should I say this? When it comes to reparations, it's specifically for, you know, whether that be Negroes, freedmen, whatever the, you know, terminology that you would like. And if you are, at least for me, if you are supporting that, you know, that stance, I personally don't care if you're white, yellow, black. I really don't care. As long as you understand what the, you know, the policy that we're trying to get passed, and you're on, you know, on code. Well, I do think there is some validity to not needing you to be, you know, out front, because I don't understand. Like, I personally would never champion a white cause because I'm not white, you know. But I can understand how people would potentially see, you know, like that be kind of weird. But other than that, I just think if everybody just focuses on managing their time and energy, we shouldn't have any problems. But the last thing I did want to bring it back to Delaware, the thing that I was mentioning, because y'all were talking about you know, lawyers. Like, one of the great things about Wilmington is that it has so many different lawyers that have to come, you know, to because it's a Delaware just has a lot of corporations. So even my sister, she was telling me about, you know, they had to be there for 2 weeks one time because my brother-in-law, he actually is he like fights cases at the Supreme Court level. I try to have you know, bring him on one time. He just doesn't have time. But anywho, so he, like, if you actually build up businesses like there, you're talking about restaurants and, you know, bars and things like that. People like corporate lawyers have to come to Delaware to fight, you know, specific, you know, cases. So you're pretty much bringing a whole bunch of, you know, per diem, you know, to the state. I know my brother-in-law, this man gets paid, I think he said like $900 an hour or some shit like that. Like, if I think one of the, not only from a political standpoint, but really, you know, helping Black, you know, folks build up, you know, businesses that, you know, these lawyers and other folks that have to come in town to do, you know, fight cases, I think is a really good strategy to, you know, collect funds, you know, for any type of, you know, building up, you know, the community. So, yeah, Wilmington and Delaware just keeps getting better and better, you know, the longer you think about it. So I'm looking forward to the continued conversation. I did check Delaware's website. They have put out their calendar as far as the election dates and things like that. So I think we'll probably, you know, put that on the calendar and see what we can do as far as going, you know, boots on the ground and helping out. And I think, you know, one of the things that I was listening to Marcel And he was talking about like the phone calls and things like that. So even we don't necessarily have to be there, but we can, help out with phone banking and those sorts of things. So I'm looking forward to, to 2024 and, getting, a win under the belt. But appreciate the space.
Thank you. And thanks for, coming back to that topic, because that's a very important topic, believe it or not. And I got this 5-minute clip that a brother sent to me, brother on the app. He's got a private account, and I don't think I've ever heard him speak, but he was just like, hey, check this out, yada, 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 bing, bang, in the DMs. And it's 5 minutes of pure perfection. That's all I can think of. Now, you guys can watch the visuals on Funded Socially. It's in the Black Migration community. But it's 5 minutes long, and they've they've got that AI generated voice or whatever the case may be. But it's a powerful message. It's a powerful visual. I told the guy I would clip it up. I got permission to do that, so I am going to take some time this week to make like I think this app lets you have 2-minute long clips. So I'll probably do like a minute and 33 or whatever it is to get 3 equal clips of it and make a thread. But since we're on the topic, we're talking about title of the space is Protect Black American Women 2024 and beyond with the heart, so that we can, as Black adult men, can embody that spirit and kind of show the Black males how to eventually get to a place where they also embody that spirit. And then as far as women treating each other a little bit better, that certainly would be prudent. And try to hash out differences if you can, but if you can't, it really is best to just go your separate ways. And I think that's probably the best advice, because that's the advice I use in my own life. I don't have time for conflict. I actually got a fortune a long time ago that told me avoid conflict at all costs, and I've lived by that to the best of my ability. And it's served me well at this point in my life. And for what it's worth, you really don't want to get in the system. You really don't want to get in a situation where you're going to court, you're showing up for court dates, you're paying attorneys tens of thousands of dollars to fight cases. It's not fun. It's not anything at all like on TV. Trust me. And unfortunately, to the woman Miss Constance, hers is a civil case. Imagine if her case was a criminal case in that area, where they are just railroading her, trying to steal her land. That's how they steal bodies. That's how they steal lives. These same courts that determine these civil outcomes, they also determine criminal outcomes. And it's just best to avoid it if you can. I mean, always be defensive, always protect yourself. You got to defend yourself. But I hear stuff on this app that sometimes I'm like, man, them is charges. Like, even the verbalizing of some of this information is like enough to get people charged up, so you got to kind of be careful with it. But I'm going to play this little 5-minute clip. DJ's got his hand up. He can go after that, and then we can keep the conversation going. But I'll put the link in the purple peel for this video, because there is some visuals with it, and I think he did a great job, not only on the text but the visuals as well. So here we go.
What does the current landscape look like for Black Americans in the United States? As we stand here in the closing days of 2023, it's a complex tableau. The systemic racism that has shadowed the nation since its inception continues to persist, manifesting in a myriad of ways, from wealth disparities to an unequal criminal justice system. Economically, Black Americans often find themselves at a disadvantage. The wealth gap between Black and white households has remained stubbornly wide. Despite making up roughly 13% of the United States population, Black Americans are underrepresented in positions of power, from boardrooms to the halls of Congress. And in the political arena, despite consistent support for one party, the Democratic Party, many Black Americans feel their needs and concerns are often overlooked or taken for granted. In the face of these challenges, Black Americans are considering a shift in strategy, a return to the South and Southeast. But why? To fully understand this potential shift, we must first delve into the history of Black Americans' political involvement and their migration patterns. The post-Civil War Reconstruction era in the United States, 1865 to 1877, aimed to rebuild the nation and integrate formerly enslaved individuals into society. During this period, Black Americans gained political representation, holding various offices from local to federal levels. However, the gains were short-lived as the Reconstruction came to an end, leading to the rise of discriminatory laws, such as Jim Crow, which stripped away the political rights and opportunities of Black Americans, setting the stage for systemic racism and segregation. As a result, at the top of the 20th century, a mass exodus occurred, known as the Great Migration. Millions of Black Americans moved from the rural South to the cities of the North, Midwest, and West. These individuals sought better economic opportunities and an escape from the oppressive Jim Crow laws of the South. This migration led to a dispersion of Black Americans across the country, expanding their influence but also diluting their political power. In the North and Midwest, Black Americans encountered new forms of discrimination and economic hardship. Despite the promise of better opportunities, many found themselves trapped in urban ghettos, struggling with unemployment and poverty. The political power they had begun to amass became fractured and less effective in these new territories. Without a concentrated population, their ability to influence local and state politics diminished. As the years passed, this lack of concentrated power has led to a sense of political disenfranchisement among many Black Americans. In recent years, a shift has started to occur. Black Americans have begun to recognize the importance of local and state politics in shaping their lives. Moreover, they've started to question the efficacy of their long-standing alliance with the Democratic Party, which has often taken their support for granted while offering little in return. So with this historical context in mind, what could a return to the South and Southeast mean for Black Americans? A return to the South and Southeast could bring about significant change for Black Americans. Imagine the potential benefits of a migratory shift back to these regions. The South and Southeast, with their rich history and cultural significance, offer a unique opportunity for Black Americans to reclaim their narrative and redefine their future. One of the most compelling reasons for this return is the potential for a numerical advantage. With a concentrated population in these regions, Black Americans could hold considerable sway in the political landscape. This influence could extend from the governor's mansion to the state senate, from House seats to judicial appointments. The possibility of shaping policies at the state and local level is not just a dream, but a very attainable reality. But it's not just about political control, it's about economic empowerment. For too long, Black Americans have grappled with economic disparities that have hindered their progress. A return to the South and Southeast could provide an opportunity for economic revitalization, creating a stronger, more resilient community. Now let's consider the Democratic Party, a political entity that has enjoyed the unwavering support of Black Americans for decades. Yet, this support has often been met with benign neglect and empty promises. With a significant presence in the South and Southeast, Black Americans could leverage their vote more effectively, demanding accountability from politicians compelled and obligated to push for legislation that truly serves their specific interests. So the question isn't why return to the South and Southeast, but rather, why not? Why not seize the chance to shape the political and economic future of Black Americans? Why not take control of the narrative and break free from the cycle of neglect? The future for Black Americans could be brighter with this shift in migration. Greater political control, economic empowerment, and a stronger voice in a party that has long taken Black support for granted. It's time for a change. It's time for a return to the South and Southeast.
Yeah, so again, the visuals on it are amazing. It was very clear, concise, to the point, and it looks almost like a longer sort of like a campaign ad in a sense. So I'm gonna do my best to find some clips that hit the talking points really good, and then I'll create. I won't create a thread. I'll just send them out, individually, and see if we can actually kind of get those spread around a little bit there. You got it, DJ.
Yeah, I don't know why this app backs out when you hit the back button. And well, I ain't giving Twitter no game after this app. You know what I'm saying? Word, gotta catch myself. You see that, Black? You know what I'm saying? But yeah, man, I just want to say again, I don't even think we should worry about who's who. You know what I'm saying? I think we just need to keep pressing forward on our reparations claim. We'll figure out genealogy when jokers come claim they check. It's just really that simple. We need all hands on deck as far as I'm concerned. White, black, yellow, blue. Even Snuffleupagus need to start talking about reparations. Where Burn Erdy ass at? You know what I'm saying? On Sesame Street talking about this stuff. It's real out here, you know what I mean? So with that being said, when I say I don't care, I done been in different folks' homes, so I know they ain't prejudiced against me. But this new class of immigrants that are coming in here are, though, you know what I'm saying? And that right there is a problem, you know what I mean? So when we say, hey, when we need to start having these conversations, we don't have these type of conversations, at least not up here on this app, because the whole reason why Twin's saying what she's saying is it's just all trolling shit up here. So basically, we ain't getting really no work done. We ain't making the needle move like we really should be making the needle move. We ain't shaking the ground or doing anything right now. You know what I'm saying? Except having a bob and weave in the middle of everybody arguing on their high school antic stuff. That is it. This is why me and News Title, we stay low, don't give a fuck. Fuck your life at this point, you know what I'm saying? Because we got this shit, you know what I'm saying? So with that being said, moving forward, hey, go where you appreciate it at, man. Cheers, you know what I mean?
I agree. Yeah, I think because I'm just a person who I just try to keep moving forward. I try to stay focused. I do get distracted every once in a while, I can't lie, from some.
Hey, I got a quote for that. I got a quote. Keep your head down and keep your face in your books. There you go.
Yeah. Oh wow. So in school, I did keep my head down. I did keep my face in the book, but I had my hoodie on. I had my headphones on, and I was probably falling asleep.
I'm part of the class back. I can't see the board in front of the class.
Yeah, that was when I had mentally checked out long before I just stopped showing up. But that's a whole nother conversation. But
hey, ninth grade dropout, still graduated, got multiple other degrees, and then I'm sitting in the music studio. So you don't look at that as a failure. Look at that as a come up, because they weren't showing us what we wanted to learn anyway. This is why I'm adamant on showing anyone, hey, look, black homie, family, look, I don't give a fuck what it is. This is what it is. And look, I'm saying, but we ain't been engaging this information. Well, that's another conversation. Go ahead.
yeah, no, it definitely wasn't a failure, because if anything, the school failed me. The school failed, because I, as a gifted student, quote unquote, a scholar, and everybody has their home issues and all of that. But even with all of that, it just was a thing where the environment the environment didn't really connect to me as an individual. And when I was in high school, it was a fairly mixed, even middle school, elementary school, kind of mixed. And so it just kind of got to the point where I just didn't enjoy going to school anymore. You know what I mean? And I never saw myself going to college. I just didn't have that as a thing, even though the aunts and people would say, oh, you go to school, go to college, yada yada yada. It would have been interesting if they would have said, well, go to a trade school. I wonder if I would have thought differently, because I had some construction training. I painted homes. I did drywall. I did those type of odd jobs. I loved cars at the time, of course. And so it would just be interesting if I had an opportunity to try a few different things, like what Miss Potter was saying in her video, giving these kids an opportunity to try a little bit of this, try a little bit of that. and see if
Matrix, bro.
Oh, damn it. Okay. All right. I'll come back in. Damn it. Damn it, son. Damn it, son. Damn it, son.
Hey, come up on social, you know what I'm saying?
Okay. So yeah, I was just saying, like Miss Potter was saying, like it would have been nice to have been given an opportunity to try different trades, and see if there was something that, and even a pipeline from high school, trade school, right into the unions, things of that nature, which is something that I've written about, I've posted about in the past, but um, I might have gone down that direction because I would have saw it as a money making opportunity, and that was the thing. I was a kid who couldn't afford school. Even if I got straight A's and it was paid for, I still would have struggled through 4 years of college financially. And then I didn't see the value in going to school for 4 years just to start making a living when I could just go right into making a living. Um, so everybody has a different reality and different, situation that they're dealing with. And then at the same time, I didn't like the indoctrination of school. I hated the fact that we had social studies and history every single year, and it was essentially the same story over and over and over again. Um, and then God, just whatever. Everybody has their different experience, but it was a thing where I didn't want to push through that, get the diploma, and then go and be literally trained how to work in a white environment. Because as far as I'm concerned, and not just as far as I'm concerned, if you look back at the history of the curriculum, that's essentially what the schools were set up to do, is train people how to work in these corporations. I kind of just knew that, in like with intuitively, I understood that that's what it was. And today, and it's not every college graduate, thank God, but it is very interesting how, and this is so crazy because I had this whole Kanye thing all week with somebody, back and forth with just post, and it's respectful and everything. I still respect the person, but the thing that he even talks about in his rants, you got to read between the lines, and you really got to clip the really powerful things he says and separate it from all the other stuff. But he really talks about the programming. The is just this programming. It's in it's in TV. He talks about one story, and I was trying to find it because I wanted to play it. But essentially, it is. Oh, it was about I think he was talking about his daughter when she was young, and how she would climb up the steps. And he was saying how when he was a kid, his mother or whatever would stop him from, um, or not stop him. I take it back, not stop him from doing things that were considered quote unquote unsafe. Um, he said it was as if a kid is jumping on a coffee table, and the kid doesn't know it's a coffee table. The kid doesn't know that they may fall. The kid is just being a kid. And when people stop the kid from doing that activity, they start to put this doubt into a child, and they start to put bumpers around a child. And he said, as you go through life and you go through school and programming, you say, to college, to get into a career, he said, you have a life full of coffee tables that are literally like preventing you from ever really taking risks, ever trying to accomplish anything. And I believe in that so wholeheartedly. And I think that it's this paralysis that exists. So when you say, we have this great strategy, this great idea, this great plan as we develop it, that if we all just move to a certain part of the country like other people are doing, like we're against the whole planet right now. Again, Miss Welsing, to her point, we're not just fighting against these people, we're fighting against all the people from all over the world because they're all coming here. And while they're doing the thing that we coulda, shoulda, woulda be doing. And in fact, next week's space is about the fact that our ancestors were fighting to create a black state since 1718, based on these revolts and rebellions, that the clear reasoning for some of those, and there were hundreds that were listed, was to create a black state. That was the intent and purpose. So they were willing to fight and die to create a black state in 1718, before the United States was even formed. So there is this, it's so amazing to find history that's just confirmational, and you can see how far back it stretches. It just keeps going. The further back you look, if there's any documentation, it just becomes further and further and further back in time, that our people were expressing the fact that they wanted to govern themselves. And so it's just an amazing thing. So I gotta spend this week really trying to figure out how I can take that graph information and see if there's documentation, or whatever the case may be. Because the thing about these demons is they didn't they really didn't want to publicize the fact that these revolts were happening, because it would instill fear into their population, and it would instill hope and potentially inspire more revolts and rebellion. So it's going to be one of those things. I'll try to find as much as I can, but it's just really important to understand that we've always been trying to govern ourselves. We've always been trying to create our own thing here, outside of these people. And if we're not willing to take the risk, because everything that involves success requires risk. Kobe Bryant talked about failure not existing, because if you fail today, you get up and you try tomorrow. If you just, and Michael Jordan had the same attitude about, I'll shoot 20,000 shots in order to score whatever his goal is, or whatever the case may be. And that's really what separates the people who operate at a really high level, and who are willing to take risks, and who are willing to try over and over and over and over and over again until they get to success, from the people who really kind of just talk about it and are never really actually going to do anything about it. They're really just going to talk about it. And while I do value people posting information, people reposting information, people holding spaces and talking about these issues, because you do have to advocate and educate and get the information out to people. But to Miss Rella's point that she made way earlier, and Miss Pie, Miss Pie said multiple times, only 3% of the people are going to do the work. Now it's crazy, because when she said it, not this afternoon, but last night, it was like, wow, I had just saw a post that said 3.5% of the people are going to take action. We've had spaces that 10% or less, 1%. So there is this understanding that even the demons understand that when it comes down to any type of action, a very, very small percent of the people are going to do an action. And to be quite honest, if we look at our civil rights movements or Black liberation movements, if they just focused in on the active people, they could kill a movement, either through incarceration or, unfortunately through assassination, because they understood that once you get rid of the active people, it's over. It's done, because the rest of the people are not going to do anything. And unfortunately, whatever Black Americans want to do, decide to do, that's always going to be the case. It's always going to be a small percent of the people that are going to carry the weight, that are going to do the action, that are going to take the risks to ultimately get to a position where their success can be had. And I'll do that, if I had an opportunity, I'd do it 1,000 times 1,000, 1,000,000 times 1,000,000, not even knowing if you're ever going to get to success. That's the the most important part is that you keep working no matter what, even though you may never actually get to success, but you just keep working, keep working. Every time we set foot in Wilmington and we meet a new person, we shake a new hand, or we give Miss Pie hug after hug after hug, and we take pictures. Like I got some pictures that are going to be on Funded Socially, because that's where that information is going to be for those who care to see it. It's just every single time you touch ground and you meet people, and then you add them to your phone, and you can reach out, and the next time you're back is, oh, hey, how you doing, and shake a hand. And I mean, that's a beautiful thing, because they know you're coming from 5 hours away, you're coming from 3 hours away, you're coming from 2 hours, whatever, you're traveling this distance. And that's with anything. They don't know who you are. You could be an agent, like, let's keep it a buck, you know what I mean? um you could be somebody that has ill intentions. um the good thing about this particular group of individual people in this community is they're open to outsiders, wherein oftentimes people are not. Oftentimes Black communities, because of trauma, because of experience, being betrayed, or whatever the case may be, they're not open to outsiders, not open to newcomers. They're very standoffish, they're very protective, which they should be. um but at the same damn time, in the situation, the straits that we're in, thank God that these people are not being like some of the folks on this app. Let me just put it that way. Because if I got any vibes that people weren't interested, and they were like just gonna be give you the cold shoulder, or whatever the case may be, then it's like, well, this is over. You know what I mean? I didn't waste the last 6 years of my life, but I took it as far as the universe was going to allow me to take it. And the answer that the universe gave back is, the people are not ready. The answer is no. And I'm willing to accept that whenever that is made very clear to me. Thankfully, what I'm experiencing is that doors keep opening and networks keep growing, and people do understand. And shout out to the brother that was there, who's always been there, who's always going to be there. I'm absolutely confident in that. When I can't be there, he's going to be there. And he is a very open individual, talk to anybody, mingle through the crowd, and let the folks know what we're doing there, what we're here for, get feedback. That's a valuable asset to any movement. Because if you don't talk to the people, obviously they're just going to be either be curious about what you're doing there because you're a strange face, or they're just going to completely ignore the fact that you're there. So 12 disciples, man, I swear to goodness, I'm gonna stick with that, because whether that's 1% or 0.000001% of the population, I believe that 12 disciples can get it all done, at least in this part of the country. And other everywhere else, maybe you need some more, maybe you need 1,200 disciples. But I really I'm very, really confident that we can move mountains here, and so I'll do the best I can. I think it's Yusef and then DJ.
Yeah, real quick, before I head to bed. So I have a question about. So I'm more so. Some people are, in reparations. I guess skill set is more so economic development. And my question was, I was looking over the regional commission. So there's, I believe, 8 in the United States, and specifically in the it's called the Black Belt, or the Southeast region. There's 3. So my question is do you think, and this is for anybody, do you think one of the biggest areas of opportunity for Black people is to access capital through government, grants and contracts, or do you think that we need more support on just understanding, like, the different areas of business, like the functions, like, leadership, finance, operations, growth, marketing, all of those different areas? What do you think is the lack of, business acumen or lack of finance?
For me, as an entrepreneur, it's fun. It's the funding. I think that if you have enough funding, which I think this is how most mediocre others, non-black American people function, is that it's not so much that they have more skill or they know more. They may have more connections, of course, but that's also, to me, in my mind, a part of the function of funding is having networks and having connections. But I think that if you have enough funding, you can learn and overcome and any mistakes that may be made, you can overcome them with enough funding. And that's the biggest issue in most startups, is the lack of funding. You get to a certain point where you just run out of money and you have no way to whether it's a loan or a grant or whatever it is, you just have no way to keep the thing going. So
yeah, I was thinking about that. I was talking to
real quick. I'm going to say lack of support, and also a lack of support, obviously, especially within our own ranks of our black community. And I'm going to say it's a lack of not as a lack of, it's a technical issue, because this summer I had the worst summer on record doing business, Yusef. And the only reason is because I still sell physical media, CDs, DVDs for $1. I got all the latest movies, you know what I'm saying? I got all the latest music still. It's still people who driving around with cars with CD players in it. You could get a CD player and embed it into your car with a USB port. It's really that simple, you know what I mean? Quit your Spotify, you feel what I'm saying? It's over with. So the hardest thing that happened or the weirdest thing, I ain't gonna say it's the hardest because I'm out here hustling every day. So people, even though I engage them, you feel what I'm saying? Hey, how you doing, sir? I got this, that, and the third, and I'm selling it for X amount of price. Oh yeah, I want it. But when I say, hey, look, this is the price, if I'm selling a single unit, a CD or DVD, $1, you don't have a physical dollar in your pocket anymore. It's a cashless society. So I went through that from maybe June, July, August, and September, just running around Essex County, selling QR codes, still selling CDs or whatever the case be. Excuse me, nobody walking around with cash anymore. It's a digital society. So even with the shift of that, I have all the same music that I sell online for the most part. You know what I'm saying? Or if you just call me, hey, I'm gonna just send you $10 this way, and I'll send you whatever it is you need. But people don't even want to engage that either. You know what I mean? So it's like you completely lose the sale all the way through and through. So I'm gonna say lack of support in that way, and it's an educational issue where it's like we as a community need to understand, because I'm selling to black people. You know what I'm saying? I'm not in like the white neighborhood, you know what I'm saying? Even though I'm near it and around it, and I sell to whoever because I'm doing business. We don't seem to have a trust for each other through this digital stuff. And I think that's going to cause a lot of black businesses moving forward not to even be in existence, yo. Because if we ain't even willing to send each other $1 through a cash app, and the excuse has always been this whole summer, well, I don't know you. Well, you don't know the dollar store when you go in and buy whatever. And this is not like it's some scam where I'm scamming you. I got the product in my hand, and you hear it through the speakers, and you want it. But you won't swipe your credit card with me, even though I got a PayPal reader and a Square reader and a Venmo business account and a PayPal business. It just won't happen. But go ahead.
Yeah, I understand, and also understand why someone wouldn't do it. But yeah, I'm more so looking at, because I was in the conversation with folks who were talking about Dr. Umar Johnson and things like that. I've I've seen people get, people get millions of dollars, but if you actually didn't build up to get that $1 million, then you don't know actually how to allocate funds. So, it's actually a gift and a curse when you actually get a lump sum of money, because then you actually have to allocate it properly to the different, areas, and you don't actually have any benchmark metrics to know how much things cost. So oftentimes people overpay. So, but to Black's point, he was saying that it's more about capital, and I would like to believe that.
Well, okay, can I comment on that then?
Sure. That's it. The question again is, and I'll add another one. So it is lack of capital. What would you rather have for if we could snap our fingers and all Black people had this? Would it be capital to start a business? Would you say you would rather have them a business acumen so they understand the different components that make up a functional business? Or what I was thinking about is I took this course that taught me, customer service. Like, bro, if we literally were the best customer service and we dominated that for any of our businesses, there's a methodology of actually how to provide, great customer service. So it'll be, out of those three things, which one would you choose to give to the Black people, Black community?
Customer service. I got 30 years retail knowledge. Let's go. But just to ask Black a question real quick on top of that, how many contacts, as you saying you're gathering contacts, how many contacts you got on your phone right now? Just a round base number.
You mean like as far as this Delaware thing?
Got 100 contacts. You got 50 contacts.
Who knows, man?
Phone numbers. You could call somebody like, hey, bro.
Yeah, because some of them are years old, but it's probably a couple hundred.
No, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You know what I mean? It doesn't matter. So I got almost 1,500 plus contacts on my phone, and that's built up, Yusef, for going hand to hand. When the recession hit, and I was living in the DMV at the time. Excuse me. I was living in the DMV at the time. Lost my job down there. Wound up coming back to New Jersey, and just saw the same situation. Was like, okay, it's still a recession. And we're not just finding any jobs, but guess who I noticed who were finding jobs back then? A lot of these Spanish folks that were coming across the border, yo. So it's like, I didn't really look at it like that because, I'm such a hustler. I'm just going to go out and make my own money or just go find a job wherever I find a job. So I said, I'm not going back to work. I'm going to just try my hand to see these stuff and just do what it is I went to school for. You feel what I'm saying? So back to that, I wish someone would have told me, Black, hey, look, go get a job like driving trucks like you, or just doing something so you can make money right now instead of jumping out the window because I got all spades or 12 spades and one, two deuce or whatever it is, you know what I mean? One number 3 club, you know what I mean? I think I'm about to run a Boston, you know what I'm saying? So I jumped out the window and went to music school, and I just never looked back. But I've been DJing since I was 12 and making money since then. You know what I'm saying? So it really did. I didn't look at it like that, you know what I mean? So with that being said, I guess, and I was going to say something too, where it's like, when you say which one would you rather have, the reason why I say the customer service, back to that again, because like I said, I don't went hand to hand. I go hand to hand every day. I talk to people, whether I give out QR codes or not for free, or just give out CDs or I'm outside selling. The narrative is we've never had like a centralized hub where we could just go to. You know what I'm saying? It's always been hard to get like a brick and mortar around here, Yusef, where even in the hood, like you charging me $2,000 to $3,000 a month to get a little measly, 15 by 15 or whatever size store. You know what I mean? That's a hole in the wall, and then it's not really a lot of traffic around here. This is why I never had a brick and mortar doing what I'm doing, because they don't want us having this stuff, bro. So it will really be the customer service, because that's really what I'm used to. But I think really it'll be none of the above, for the simple fact none of these other coaches support us. I don't see none of these other coaches really coming into the hood and say, hey, look, let me go to the let me go to Hardware on Clayton Ave by King's Family Restaurant and cop a new jacket. It's cold out here. You feel what I'm saying? You feel what I'm saying? Like, I don't see that.
Yeah, but that to me is like business acumen. Like, I personally would never, I shouldn't say never, but if I was to start a business, and I mean, this kind of getting off topic, but if I was to start a business, I would look to see what community or what target market has the most money, and I would build a business around, to make it more sustainable. So I personally, not saying black people don't have, quite a lot of money, but I would look at, how can I offer a service to lawyers, dentists, people that have, a 9-to-5, that have a brick and mortar. Like that's something I would look in if I had to, start a random business, as opposed to, trying to do a quantity type of, something like selling CDs is you have to, have a large quantity as opposed to, a high unit per price.
Right. So, I'm pretty much just doing bulk wholesale. I've always been doing it at $1 a pop, and I do deals on top of that. So, like I said, the real narrative from what I understood this summer, just going down, hey, it's just really a cashless society and trying to get folks to transition. I'm giving them the retail, atmosphere. Hey, how you doing today, sir? I see you looking at this or whatever. Hey, I think this will suit you better. Just try to merch it to you and get a feel for you as the consumer and, what you want in this particular product or merchandise. They're getting a full experience, even though we're outside just talking to each other. Hey, how you doing? Just walking past each other randomly. But a lot of our folks just don't want to engage this digital side of the realm, which I say, like, we never had our own centralized hub. So it's like now that, things are becoming more technical. We got our own Black American networks funded socially, but there are other Black networks too as well. Like Brother Phil from the African Diaspora News Work, he got an app. I'm pretty sure most of y'all don't even got him on your phone. And this is a man that we talking about like 1 million subscribers plus and growing on like YouTube and Instagram. Excuse me. And he needs support too as well. So it's like, in 2024 and beyond, I guess, protect Black women and let's get the hell off these WPIs. But go ahead.
Yeah, let me invite the new ladies that came into the space. The space is about protecting Black American women, 2024 and beyond. And it's whatever you want to share. It's a safe space. If you want to, talk about business that you're interested in, personal life, you want to, just simply big up the fact that you are a mother, you are a sister, you are a daughter, whatever it is that involves being a Black American woman that we can celebrate and honor and appreciate, certainly feel free to come up. We're kind of, bouncing off different ideas right now, but that is always welcome in this space right now. I looked at my phone. It says I have 891 contacts. And even with that many, I probably only interact with maybe a couple dozen, if at all, on a regular basis. But to the question about the funding, the acumen, or the customer service. So here's the bottom line for most businesses. Because if you're not making money, you're essentially volunteering your time and services. I mean, business is about making money, and at the very least breaking even. Because if you're breaking even with a business, at least you're still staying afloat. The business is taking care of itself. It's paying all its bills. I would consider that a success. Even a failure financially is a learning lesson. But if I had a business, no matter what it is, and I didn't have customer service, I didn't have good customer service, I could still operate the business if I had money. If I didn't have business acumen and I had money, I could still operate the business. The problem comes if you don't have money, then you can't operate a business no matter how good your customer service is, no matter how much knowledge you have. Again, at that point, you're simply volunteering your time and energy to something that is, you know, maybe has a potential at some point in the future to earn money or be whatever. But if you at any point in the process run out of the money to keep the doors open, to keep the lights on, to advertise, whatever it is, if it's even if it's digital, if you cannot fund that business at some point, the business shuts down, the business collapses, the business folds. And so as someone who's had a lot of brick and mortar businesses, and you know, has made multiple attempts and is undergoing an attempt even as we speak, that is the most important part. I mean, location, if it's brick and mortar, it's extremely important. That is very, very true. Location, 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 but also funding. In terms of because there was a post from I think it was Black Millionaires that had some professor was talking about how Black people don't have money, and how it's hard for us to generate revenue because of the fact that we're like less than 1% of the revenue that's generated through businesses comes through Black businesses. And you know, most of what he said was on point until he kind of blamed Black people for that. That part I didn't like about that little clip, if you've seen it. But he talks about, yeah, he talks about,
I know exactly what you're talking about, but I don't agree with what he was saying. I think it was. I apologize for cutting you off.
yeah, because I'm so what I'm gonna say is this, and because I've had the experience where the businesses that I've had were not created for Black customers, just flat out. They were not created for Black customers. This bar that I'm putting together now, because the music is R&B, gospel, I'll have, if I can do live jazz or live singers, it'll have all the elements for catering to a Black audience. This is really going to be the first time that I've done that. What I would suggest, and this was part of the reason why he said, is that we're only making businesses for Black people, and Black people don't have enough money to support or sustain them. And so what I want to say is this: if you create a business, whatever it is, as a Black person, and that's actually a factual statement, most of the businesses we create are to service our people, sell to our people, whatever. For the most part, there are always outliers. But if you have success in that business, and then the second location or the second iteration of the business, I would highly suggest that you get it in front of other people. And it would be no different than any other, you know, business, corporation, whatever the case may be, where they may have one brand under a label that appeals to a certain demographic, and then they flip the brand to another, you know, it could be in the marketing, because some companies do targeted marketing to different demographics, so then the product becomes universal, or they completely flip the labeling so that essentially the ingredients or whatever it is in the product may be the same, but it has a different face on it. And so just by changing the packaging, it looks like it's targeting a different demographic, which technically it is, because that's what they do to us, in other words. And I'm thinking off the top of my head, it could be soaps, it could be candles, it could be, you know, personal hygiene products, whatever it is. If those products can be used universally and they don't have some specific design towards a specific hair type, skin type, whatever, then they can be universal products, and they can have an Asian face on it, a white face, a Black face, you know, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And so I think that is sort of something that we do miss out on, in terms of, okay, we were successful at selling soap and candles. We really got successful at that. We're really good at that. We're successful at making t-shirts or jackets or hats. Okay, cool. That's awesome. You got that skill. Start to bring in, if you don't feel comfortable doing it, bring in different demographics, or even have what they call those focus groups. And you could probably do that for free, or at minimal expense, and try to understand the different markets to expand your brand. But you don't have to do it under the same brand. You can create an entire surfer brand. There's I just saw a post of I think it's called East Side Golfing. It's two brothers. They created this new golfing apparel, and essentially, in my opinion, just looking at it, they basically put their logo onto golfing clothing, and now they're I think their business is worth at least $1 million. It may be worth a lot more than that. And I mean, literally looking at it, I'm just like, okay, that was really, really smart, because they essentially just put a new brand into golfing that is a very lucrative market. And it's kind of, I'm not going to say it's urban, because it's golf wear. Like, how can you're not urbanizing golf wear. It's just golf wear with a different logo on it. That to me was really, really smart, because the market's already there. You don't have to build the market. All you have to do is put it out there, and then target, marketing, whatever the case, get on the golfing, whatever, there's golfing apps and golfing channels and golfing whatever. I just think we got to think like that, a little bit more, and be a little bit more strategic with some of the things that we may hope to do as entrepreneurs.
Yes. So, like, I always tell specifically Black people, we should be doing B2B. So, in your, I'm familiar with the company that you're talking about, the golfing, and yeah, they've had several, pretty good partnerships. But instead of actually building a brand, build the manufacturing, because there's so many Black people that want to, make their own T-shirts, brands, and things like that. We really need to focus on doing B2B. So you're actually doing the T-shirt designs and sourcing the material and all that stuff, because it's a lot easier. So you don't actually have to sell it to individual. The marketing aspect is, is the challenge in actually making the brand look good, and the designs and things like that. The reason why a lot of these other cultures make so much money off of us is because they're doing the manufacturing, and we have the sizzle, as they call it. And if what we're making doesn't pop, then we just lose the money. But the other company already is collecting a check. So people are building off of our ambition. I think we're very ambitious people, and I think if we focus on developing a foundation. So also going back to what I was talking about as far as financially, I agree with you. The problem is, and when it comes to funding, at least the type of funding I'm talking about, there are certain stipulations. So like workforce development funding, so you can get full, government contracts and grants and things like that, but you have to provide like certain upskilling, workforce and development and things like that. So I was just trying to figure out what makes the most sense, or good use of my time, to provide some type of solution or offering to the community that would be that would be needed.
Yeah, that's what's up. I mean, I understand, and I think that you can't undervalue the importance of the money, and the grants. Like, because thanks to you, shout out New Negro, shout out Miss Hunter, and others that we've talked to about just contracting and grants and all of that stuff that involves the government portion of society. But those are not guaranteed, right? And
what do you mean not guaranteed?
Whether it's a grant or any type of government funding is not guaranteed to Black entrepreneurs.
Man, I would dare say it would probably be better off for people to try to get government contracts. Like I just saw this. I checked the contracts. I mean, you know, in DC, as some people know, I checked our budget and how much we spend on different things. Damn near at least 2 times a week. There's this lady, a black woman, who just got a contract to do this website. It's like this. When I mean, if I were to do the website, or if I were going to charge someone to do, you know, a similar website, I might charge maybe, you know, $1,000 or $2,000. It's a very simple website, and this is nothing against her, but she got $100,000 to do that website. And not enough people, and this is at every single municipality and every single department of the government has its own contract specifically, and not that many people actually even apply to or, you know, submit the RFP. So, and I never understand how black people can vote so much for the Democrats, which is for big government, and don't go after these, you know, jobs, you know, government jobs and, you know, grants and contracts. But I just think the risk, or I shouldn't even say the risk, the amount of work that you have to do to get a contract or apply for the contract, the only, I would say, downside is the net 30 or net 60. So you do the work and they don't pay you for, you know, 60 days, which could be an issue as far as, like, you know, cash flow. But the payoff is, you know, that's at least you can have 2-3 people's salary. In some, you know, not in DC, you know, but in some places that could, you know, support a whole year's worth of work. So I just, but like with the website, the reason why I mentioned that, only 2 other people, because when the thing is when you apply for a contract, I'm not sure if it's in every municipality, but in DC they show what the other person or the people proposed. So only 2 people even went for that contract, and she got it. So and this is just like one instance. There's millions and millions, like DC government, I believe it's around like $5 to $6 million or $1 billion, and that's just one city. And you can do that, you know, in whatever state you are. If you're in the same state, you don't actually even have to be in the same county. And if you are in the same county, you actually get a benefit. In most states, you get a benefit from applying because they're trying to keep the tax revenue inside the county or, you know, city that, you know, you're applying to. So, you know, it's kind of crazy. You know, the United States spends the, you know, it's the biggest consumer. So we just need to get more, you know, funding. The only issue is a lot of it. I don't know. I think a lot of people, they start businesses because of what they're interested in. And you really should just, you know, business is about making money. So, you know, you need to be interested in making money, and based off of whatever the market needs are, that's what you should be making a business about. But, you know, that's all. I'm going to have a long night tomorrow, you know, but this has been a great space, and yeah, I'll listen for a little bit before I head out.
Yeah, that's what's up. So let me run. I'm looking at Brookings.edu. This is from May of this year.
Oh, can I mention one last thing?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I just saw this also. The I think it's called the Latino Economic Development Agency in DC. When people say like immigrants or Hispanic people, I order Uber Eats pretty frequently, and all the last at least 5-6 people that have dropped it off, they're all on these mopeds. I wonder how they get them, and they don't speak English, and I always have to I have to even say my code in Spanish because they don't understand anything, and this is something that's completely new. But anywho. They just got in DC. They got $20 million in 2 grants. So it's 2 grants of $20 million each. And I try to reach out to my, the government, asking like, what is this money for, and things like that. Because the money actually, the economic development or I think it's called Hispanic. It's either Latino or Hispanic. I think it's Hispanic. The Hispanic Economic Development Agency, that is pretty much is a CDFI. So that actually gives money for people to start businesses and build credit, business credit and things like that. It's just fucking crazy. Like, it's crazy how not only we don't have, I don't know any Black economic development agencies, and that's what I was telling you about the Black Belt, and that's what I was trying to, I want to create. But yeah, it's just crazy how much money that they give out if you're asking for it, and you have a institution, and you ask the right people, the money's there. We just need to build the institutions where money can be stored, which are CDFIs.
Okay, CDFIs. What is that?
Yeah, it's a community development financial institution or something like that. We have some, but very few of them are like when I was mentioning the Hispanic one. It says it's literally Hispanic Economic Development Corporation or Institute. And for the Black ones, there aren't any, Black American whatever. It's like Bank of America is a CDFI. So when people got their PPP loans, there's a segment of Bank of America that provides, is a CDFI. So it provides people PPP loans and things like that, or they give advantageous loans. But they're also, let's say, Black banks could be a CDFI, or we could create our own economic development, and there's a little bit of red tape that has to be done from building out an institution. But once you have a CDFI, there's a whole bunch of financial programs that you can create, like I was mentioning the Hispanic economic development platform. They have one for not only start getting and managing credit, so you don't even have to have a credit card or anything like that. They'll loan you the money to open up a secured credit card, and then they'll also they'll give you, I think, $1,000 something, your first $1,000 for your business. And these things can cover ways to properly do business. So you have to actually take a class, which is is something that we would need to do, because I always talk to people, they don't understand what the difference between LLC is and S Corp and things like that. The CDFI for the Hispanic people, they actually pay for them to really register the business, and they have someone that actually helps them run the business properly, which is is very important. But yeah, it's like, when you're talking about government and how money moves through the government, you literally have to see where the money's allocated to, look at the budget, see where it actually goes, and then, identify what that institution that it's actually going to, because sometimes it's actually a company. Sometimes it's like an authority, like like I was mentioning, the regional commissions and things like that. But I can go on and on about, the government and economic development and things like that. But yeah, we need more CDFIs. We do have them, but they aren't as a beacon as something called a Hispanic Economic Development corporation. We need something that is very, the Black American Economic Development Corporation. And if you want money, you go there, or if you're trying to start a business, you need training or certifications, you go there and they'll help you get, your certain type of certifications, and they'll pay for it. So we need things like that, because they get like, there's not that many. I mean, there's a good amount of Hispanic people or Latino people in DC. I would say they're probably like maybe 20% now, or maybe less, but they should not be getting 20 million when Black people ain't getting 20 million. And we make up, I think, 46% of DC now.
Okay, do you have, because as you're talking, I'm trying to find what percentage of the grants that are given, because are you talking about federal, state, local?
I'm talking, well, DC is a little bit different. So I was specifically talking about DC government, and that is just 20 million. While I was talking about the Hispanic one, they gave out two $20 million allocations to the Hispanic Economic Development Corporation, or whatever it's called.
Okay.
Was that the answer to your question?
Yeah, no, yeah. I mean, I get it. DC's a district, even if
they get the. I mean, we pay taxes, but some of the money is coming from the federal government. But I mean, there's a lot of. While there are bad areas, it's pretty well off, so people are paying a good amount of taxes. So, we do have excess. And also a good benefit of being DC is, like, for me, for government contracting, because I live in DC, I not only if I want to work here, I would get a companies that work in or operate in DC, they get a benefit for hiring me from a tax break, as well as if I'm getting contracts in DC, because there's not that many people that there's 700 thousand people that live in DC, which is a good size. But if I'm only applying to a grant and I live in DC, someone that's outside, let's say Maryland or Virginia, I get preferential treatment because I'm paying taxes in DC.
Mm-hmm. That makes sense. Yeah, that definitely makes sense. Well, I can't find any specific number in terms of a percentage, in terms of how much they give out. And if you're talking about DC, that's when
we're talking about in general, like there's less than 1% of Black firms get contracts, government or federal government contracts, less than 1%.
Yeah, that number I was going to bring up, but that's got to be a different thing than actual grants, right? I mean, contracts, is that, or are we talking about the same thing, where grants or contracts? Because I was thinking those two separate things.
Yeah, they're two. Which metric are you looking for right now, so I can probably direct you in the right place?
Yeah, I'm looking to see, because we know what the federal contracting is in terms of that 1.6%, whatever it is. It varies from year to year. But even because I had posted something where over a 5-year period, nearly $3 trillion was given out, and we got on average a little over 1% over that 5-year span. So that's abysmal, right? But so that's that. And then if we go to the grants, now I'm a post in this funded socially, legal and financial information. There's grants that are non-repayable. There's a lot of these sites that are popping up for grants for Black businesses. So, I'll post.
All grants are, you don't have to pay back, but grants, when they're coming from the federal, they are based off of their and I was mentioning the regional authority. So grants are usually given to the regional authority, which is there's 8 of them, and then you also have certain states can give out their own grants and such.
Okay, so yeah, is there a way to figure out how much? because again, as I'm looking here, it looks like even maybe some private companies do like, or they could be a private organization or a public organization, but it looks like they do these micro
foundations. Foundations, which are associations. Those are people that they're giving or donating money to causes like, most large companies have a number of different foundations. It's a tax, I wouldn't say loophole, but well, that's what it is. But they're giving money to foundations, and the foundations are able to give out grants for different causes. There's no number on that, although you can look at something called Guide Star, which is a it's pretty much does profiles on nonprofits. So anytime if there's a nonprofit, they have to submit their 10 or not the 1099, but they have to submit their tax return, and everybody can see what they actually said they said they spent their money on, and how much donations they got and things like that. So that's on, I believe the website's called GuideStar, and it has like ratings on the the nonprofit for some of them, so you can actually see if the nonprofit's spending more in administrative fees, as opposed to on the service that they're saying that they're providing.
Okay, so here's the question then. Because that grant process or the way that they distribute the funds is so, it's organized, but it's disaggregated, right? So is that part of the reason why we couldn't get a fix on what percentage of those are actually going to Black Americans across the board, right? You see what I'm saying? Like, so that way we could actually know. It's very likely, without even looking at it, just based on the history, that we're getting a very low percentage of whatever it is. But even if we just looked at the federal government, is there a percentage we could come up with to say, okay, federal government gives out 100% of their grants every year, we're getting 2% of it, or we're getting 0.5%. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, okay, now I understand what you. When I tell you, we probably get probably less than 1% of grants. When we're talking about the federal or state grants. The amount of people, and I'm like, I don't understand. There's so many people that start nonprofits. I would say Black people probably have some of the most nonprofit, people, but we don't actually get the funding for it. The government tells you what they're giving out grants. So again, and this is what I was talking about. Do we need business acumen? Because to me, that's actually how to get the funding. You don't start a business unless you know that you can get funding or there's a market for it. And the government, like when I was talking about the regional commissions, the president pretty much, all of the regional commissions, it's actually, they have like three different designations to like patches of land. I don't think that's the best way to describe it, but it's less than a county. It's like different areas around the country that are like very at risk, environments. And most of the time, these are like rural America and things like that. So, when I was mentioning the grant that I got previously, or one of the grants, what's his name? Trump said, we're going to help upskill the Appalachian region because they, lost a lot of jobs because we're no longer, the coal mines had got shut down and things, yada, yada, yada. So he put, I think it was it might have been almost $1 billion into the what's called ARC, which is the Appalachian Regional Commission. So Appalachian Regional Commission now has almost $1 billion in Appalachian Region Commission. Who oversees that funding? It is all of the, I believe it's like 12 to 13 governors, and then there's one there's one federal, like let me call it, I'll just say president or chair, that oversees the funding. So all of the people need to work together, and this is why I was mentioning the black belt, or the South, because if you're looking at the southeast of the United States, 3 of those commissions are covering the southeast of the United States, but there are multiple states governors that are responsible for working together to allocate that. Let's say one commission gets $1 billion, other commission gets $1 billion. So they all have to work together in, deciding how they're going to allocate all of the money. And then they figure out, okay, these are grant opportunities that we want to, get 1,000 jobs. So, community or foundations or nonprofits, send me a proposal for a project that's going to help 1,000 jobs. And that's our community's job to do that. Wow. But oftentimes white people, they know how to follow the money, so they're the only people that are applying for the jobs. And oftentimes the money is just sit there because not enough people come up with, unique ideas to allocate the funds to solve whatever problem the president or the state governors want to solve.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. So I see that, and I went to that guide store, and it's another interface. It's like, and this is where I be at. This is where I be at every time, and I think this is why even I'll keep it a buck with Funded Socially. It's so new to people, even though it looks a little like Twitter, it looks a little like Facebook, but it's so new and different. I think that people have that techno logic, and I'm stressing no logic because there's no logic in a lot of this technology, but they have fatigue of learning something new and learning something new, and it would be so nice for something like this, where I saw a advertisement. It's a black guy, and you probably have seen it because they're promoting it pretty heavy on this platform, where there's a picture of the founder or the CEO, and then it's the name of the brand of all these different tech companies, and there's probably about 30 of them, I guess, in this advertisement. And I clicked through it to see, oh, okay, yeah, you're gonna tell me whatever. You interview this person, tell me how they did what they did, yada yada yada. But it's not a paywall, or maybe let me think about it. Maybe it is a paywall. I know you gotta sign up. There's a wall, so you can't get to the information. You gotta at least sign up and maybe possibly pay. I can't remember. And so it's like, could we? And I know you said, because I remember conversations about paying somebody to do grant writing, but not do the grant writing, but do the skills to find where the grants are at. In other words, to your point, all these white organizations know where the money's at. They've been doing this for years. They developed that skill. Either they were taught it or they picked it up, whatever. But for all the people on this app, that have foundations, that have 501c3s, that have this, have that, like, and shout out to Miss Dawn, because she kind of has started this Zoom classes on trying to get some funding.
Damn, I missed that.
I missed it too. I missed it too. I didn't sign up. Oh, damn it. Oh God. Yeah, they have kicked me. Oh, God. I'm bad.
Yeah, you went out, bro.
Yeah, I went out. Now the whole space is empty on my phone.
Yeah, you're back. I can hear you.
Yeah, but I can't see nobody else, so it's doing weirdness. Yeah, so she had it, but I didn't pre-register because I never have had to pre-register to go to a Zoom. So I was like way behind the curve on that, and so I missed out on that. I think she's gonna try to get me a copy of it or something. So if you were registered, just DM her and ask her if she can send you a copy as well, because I was up for it and I was sitting there waiting to get in, and it was like boom, it's closed out. So I was like, damn. But
yeah, just to so when I was mentioning about funding, I'm not a grant writer per se. So I was going to get grant writers. I know how to find grants though. So I understand the different layers of government organizations on where actually the grants are, how to read them properly, and then what is necessarily to submit, like the details on what to submit, not the actual writing the abstract or the narrative. I have, some, friends that I was going to help, work with them. But just actually sourcing it. But there's just so much, it's just so much. Like there's, what I mean, like every single county, every single government entity has some type of, not really grants, but they have government contracting. But when you're talking about grants, yes, like I was mentioning, the regional commissions, and then you have grants specifically like the Kauffman, Foundation. All of these, a number of these different foundations have grants that they give out. And yeah, I guess it's just compiling a list and seeing where the grants are providing those resources. Because I can't stand when white people are providing services in black neighborhoods, and when we could be like, I know someone down the street that has their own nonprofit and they're struggling and they're providing those services out of the paying out of their own pocket, when they just need to be connected to the funding to support their community.
Right. And that's exactly what I was saying. So in other words, your skill is the skill to get to where the grants are at, right? Which
identifying where grants are, correct?
Exactly. So then if you have that skill for the people who need that skill, right? I'll say it that way. And we are certainly people that are going to be in need, and that as we keep talking about trying to find a property to develop and use it as a service to the community, use it as a bridge to the community, and that type of thing.
The thing is, though, when you're talking about grants, it's not that you don't necessarily it's the government that is putting out the grant. So you're not like let's say if someone came to me and was like, hey, I'm doing a mentorship and I'm located in this area.
No. I know what you're saying. What I'm saying is if the government says we need a purple mushroom farm and we need whatever, yellow clouds, it doesn't matter what they say they need. We develop a business to meet the need is what I'm saying, right?
Exactly. Yeah. That's exactly what that's what I was saying, that black people, that's all we need to be doing is just develop the business that the government says that that needs. And then if you want to, we'll get in people that are, prefer to do that type of work if they want to. But yeah, that's how you should be looking at grants. Like the grant that we got, we were just looking for who was giving out the most money and who has not applied or who had the least amount of submissions, and the grant was almost about to close. So that's literally where we found, there's several $1 million over here. Let's apply for it. We have to come up with a plan about, Appalachian region. So we just looked up a number of different industries and say, hey, this is a plan that we think can help. And that's how you should go after grants, as opposed to creating a solution before you have connected to a problem. You need to figure out where the problem is, because that's where the money's at, when in the grant world or even the government contracting world. And I just think all black people in 2024, what I want to see is black people only start, or not say only, but prioritize starting businesses that deal with government contracting or grants that the government has already said that they are giving out money for.
Yeah, I agree. And that was a conversation that we had, and I don't know if it penetrated, but it's certainly a conversation that needs to be an ongoing one. But I'm thinking of two examples recently when I want to say it was either Clinton or Obama when they started with the windmills. It probably was Clinton, because I remember seeing those big ass windmills on the back of flatbed trucks and everything like that when they first started putting them up. But the government was throwing tons. They were calling subsidies, and the Republicans hated it. That's why I remember it so much, because that's all they talked about is how these Democrats were putting all this money into wind power. And but that's what it was. So what would happen is entrepreneurs, and this is even how Biden, matter of fact, from what I remember reading his story, I think it was his father during one of the wars, World War I or World War II. They needed some type of vinyl or plastic tarping or something weird like that. And so because they knew that that's what they needed, and they actually had a product that wasn't the best, but it was, I guess it was good enough, but it wasn't the best. They knew it wasn't like super high quality, but that's how they ultimately developed some wealth out of what they were doing in some other sketchy areas of activity. But so the first thing comes with wind tunnels, and then the next thing is the solar panels. So I think that might have been Obama that did that. And then now you got Biden with the EV, the electric vehicle infrastructure with the charging stations and all of that. So
yeah, that's like that black. You mentioned them the other day, and I had there was two companies. So you had one company, and I mentioned another company. They both got grants. They got like $5 million grants because they were solving the EV solution, because that's what Biden said he wanted. So they were already in the industry. The friend that I had, he started out with he was just doing from cell phones, like he was charging from cell phones. Then they pivoted when he saw that Biden was giving out money for the EV, and he's already has a work was not work experience, but he has a track record. So that's how they got several $1 million. Yeah, so like. And to your point, when you're talking about the solar panel, I remember that because I think my best friend, he, a bunch of people, that's when, the solar panel people started walking around the neighborhood, door to door knocking, and you can make $100,000, just out of high school doing the door to door knocking, because the people, when the people sell the, what are they called? What are they called again? That we're talking about?
Solar panels.
Yeah, the solar panels. Yeah, when they sell the solar panels, the company makes the profit, and then they get
kickbacks, subsidy,
or kickback from the government for doing it. Yeah. So that's how you build businesses, man. You make it as advantageous for you to not fail. And it's not about liking a business. It's about what is your competitive advantage. But, I mean, that's all I got to say. But I'm definitely thinking, like, I definitely agree with you. Getting funding and getting, folks connected to funding. And I just think people just need to, be willing to start businesses wherever, money can be made.
Agreed. So the space is all glitched out. Like I said, I came in on the other one, so I can only see my avatar on this particular one. So I'm gonna say a couple things, that I'm gonna try to back out and come back in and see if it fixes it. If not, we'll just end it on this note. But this is something that kind of ties in a little bit. So Elon Musk, he's connected to the government. He probably gets the most government contracts of just about anybody outside of Warren Buffett with those rail money that he's been making all over all this time. But he had these ceiling, or not ceiling tiles, roofing tiles. They were roofing tiles, and they were different colors, and they were supposed to be solar panels that would go on, just like that what do they call it, terracotta, almost like that, in terms of how they would just kind of fit up on top of your roof, and they would either nail them down, screw them down, whatever way they attach it to the roof itself. but they were supposed to operate like roof tiles, and but at the same time they would generate solar energy. And now you can imagine how disruptive, because he's disrupting the car industry, he's disrupting the space industry, and then he was literally going to disrupt the entire, residential and likely commercial roofing industry. And at the same time, the electric power generation. So when he was all excited about it, there was like, I believe it was on this app, where he had, and this was before he bought it, of course, but
Yeah,
there were
it was
like,
on this app.
it was on this app.
He got $1.5 billion also from NASA it's a government contract for NASA as well.
Yeah, so where I'm going is, like, he named his car Tesla, but I'm going back to like Nikola Tesla, who had some of this technology back then. They disrupted him with aggressive, potentially violent means. And I'm thinking, why? Because they shelf technology in order to keep shit going, because there's so much money to be made in these other technologies.
Elon bought all his technology, so he never created anything from scratch. So
Right. Exactly.
SpaceX,
Exactly. No doubt. No doubt. Because he's got the little boxable that he went into, which are like the little, they can basically, the homes are prefab, and they just go and pop them on a concrete pad or whatever. So that's very smart. I don't have a problem with that. What I'm saying is, he had this extremely disruptive technology that would, in my opinion, may almost completely destroy the electric power generation industry. And I'm just wondering if there was like a conversation, a backroom deal, whatever it was, that kind of put the kibosh on it. Because if you have a technology like that you could simply say all new home construction has to have this material, it eliminates the need, especially in sunnier parts of the country. It eliminates the need for power generation, because they're going to be producing electricity. They're actually going to, you'd pay money to build this house, and maybe 5 years into it, or 10 years, you would have generated enough electricity that you wouldn't necessarily need to pay the mortgage. It may have paid off the house, whatever. You know what I mean? I'm just thinking.
Yeah, you're talking about the shingles, right?
Yeah, the shingles, right? Because they just kind of.
Well, you know that they're. I was just watching this other thing. They have this new clear glass that is a solar panel. So now they're saying that buildings are going to be made out of the clear glass as far as windows, and that shit's going to be the solar panel, which is just crazy.
Well, think about putting it in a car, and that's a thought that I had. Man, I can't even, whatever. I had that thought years ago. Like, if you could make all the windows of your car, and the ceiling even, because there's some of these cars where the ceiling is basically all glass, you essentially can.
Not only that, but in the Sahara, so they, I always wondered why they didn't put solar panels in the Sahara, but they couldn't do that because it would start global warming, to capture that. But if you have that clear glass, and you wouldn't have this huge dark spot on the ground. Honestly, you could light up all of Africa just by putting a bunch of that clear glass, in Africa.
Yeah, and then if you have the car, so if you had the car with the clear solar panels, and you had the brother from Atlanta, I think his car company is called Avani or something like that, with the it's got a what is the word? A converter that you can use just a little bit of gasoline, and it'll keep the electric battery charged. But if you got these solar panels as well, you probably would never have to charge one of those. It would essentially be a perpetual thing, especially in some of the warmer climates. You know what I'm saying? So I think as you solve problems, I think the problem is, again, you got these massive industries that got trillions of dollars of revenue over decades that are like, whoa, slow down, homie. Like, you know what I'm saying? And I just think that.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. People, they're just going to make it more expensive, so you can't do it. So they can keep the legacy, solutions in place, and then only when it's comes lucrative enough for them to switch over, they'll do it. But I completely agree. There's so much technology that has been nixed because they don't want to disrupt the power. And oftentimes other companies, the competitor or the dominant companies, buys the technology just so it doesn't see the light of day.
That's it. That's it, right? Yeah. They've been shelving that technology for a long time. There's no question. Whew. Wow. Okay, I'm gonna do my in and out, and then if I'm out and it doesn't give me the screen again, because all I'm seeing is it keeps showing me that Miss Rella and Miss Giselle have accepted the co-host over and over and over again. So I'm gonna go out, come back in, and then if it's what's up?
Hey, just real quick before you do that, here's what you do again. Just all on one phone. You feel what I'm saying? If you got it on your phone, just like all on one or whatever, and go through the steps. Even while you're up here in the space right now, the moment it knocks you out of the Twitter app or whatever, because it'll close it out, just come right back up here and come back into the space, and it should be good.
Yeah, that's
but close all your other apps out first prior to all on one in it, and that way it'll just make it go faster. You feel what I'm saying? So close out all other apps on both phones. Do both phones. You feel what I'm saying? And just hit the boost button, and hopefully it'll just boost it up or whatever. You know what I mean? And then once it knocks you out of Twitter, it shouldn't close the space because Mr. Zell and Rella are up here as the calls. And once it knocks you out, just come right back up here as quick as you can. It gives you less than 60 seconds to come back and claim the spot or whatever. Otherwise, it'll shut the space down.
Okay. I don't know what happened to that all-in-one.
Yeah, they took it out the Google store.
Yeah, because it's no longer in my my app file or whatever.
Yeah, I know how to get it back for you, but that's another story, I guess. I would suggest, how sometimes you got apps on your main desktop of your phone, then you push your Android up, you got the other apps that's under it. It could be under there, or search on your phone for the all-in-one. But they took it out the app store. I guess the developer, whatever happened. But I paid for that shit back in the day, so it is what it is. I still got it on my phone. But I know how to get it back on your phone. We'll talk about it later.
Okay.
Oh.
Let's see if we can get back in this joint. Okay. Boom. We back in here.
Okay. Go ahead.
Yeah. So let me do a recap. I see some new faces up in here. So this space was really to usher in a new year where we're protecting Black American women. And so we invite women to come up and share their story, their life, their successes, their things that we can honor and appreciate, and give our women the flowers. And but to try to at least inspire Black males to be Black men in regards of protecting the women around them, the elders and the children, of course, and kind of acknowledging the fact that there is some level of self-protection that must take place, but also that if there are males who are exhibiting misplaced anger, overly aggressive, toxic behavior towards women, that you got to make a decision as a man whether or not you interact with that person. And for me, it's just a no. I'm not interacting with those people. 2023 was block season. 2024 is just going to have to go into some real deeper blocking of people who, for whatever reason, don't seem to feel like it's their duty and or something that they want to do, because it's really easy just to beat people down. I think that's the easier thing, is to beat women down. And I think it's much harder to actually lift women up. And so I think that sometimes that's why certain you just see it here and there, and you see it a lot in the post and the timeline. The timeline that I have, I'm not going to say it's on every other post, but you know, if I look at 20 posts, there's bound to be something negative towards Black women, and I kind of get tired of seeing it, to be honest. If I see stuff that's really egregious, I will block a person and just don't even think twice about it, because I really don't want to see that. I know some of the more intelligent folks that are very intelligent at how they attack Black women, and even that's starting to get a little tiring, to be quite honest, because you know, if you have that level of intellectual capacity, I don't understand why you would use it to just kind of throw darts and subs, as they say, at Black women as a over generalization, or as a group. And even if it's some particular type of, because I think really what that is even camouflaging your hatred period for Black women. But it's always like you find some specific type of Black women to put all your anger in. I get tired of seeing that too, to be quite honest, because I just think I think it's just the same. I think it really is the same energy that, you know, for me, while, you know, back in the days, listening to Ice Cube and Ghetto Boys and all of that music as a child, Too Short, even then I understood that the people that they were talking about, it wasn't my mother, it wasn't my sisters, it wasn't my aunts, it wasn't the girls that I went to school with, whatever, yada yada yada. And so I think, unfortunately, the lines have blurred so much, because you could talk mad, crazy hatred towards a Black female celebrity, or a Black female rapper. And at first, it sounds like you're just talking about that individual person, but over time, the accumulation of the same person, the same account talking about this particular famous person over and over and over and over again, and that famous person and that famous person and that famous, and then it just starts to look like a pattern of abuse to me. And it starts to look like you're using that person as a proxy for all Black women. And I think that that is just people really not even in a sophisticated way, but pretty blatantly using these celebrities as proxies for most Black women. And that's what I'm saying. For me, I'm just kind of sick of it. I don't really care about these Black celebrities at all. These rap chicks, whatever they're doing, they're doing. It is what it is. The strip club entered rap about a decade ago, if not 2 decades ago, and they're not going anywhere. They're here to stay. It is what it is. Unless someone who is able to change it, and they get the support that all artists need in order to change the dynamic of whatever's going on. So, you know, on that note, if we did get someone new come up, it is Secret Sister. Oh, Secret Sister. Hey, how's it going? You got the mic. Boom, boom, boom. You got the mic, Secret Sister. Going once, going twice. Are you with us, Secret Sister? You got the mic. Nope, I guess not. Okay. Because yeah, I don't have a whole lot more. I think we had a great space, good energy. You know, people were able to get some things off of their spirit. We definitely were able to recap our Wilmington trip, which was amazing. And very warm and inviting and loving, and felt like a family reunion the whole entire time. Almost every time I go there, it feels like a family reunion, and I don't know anybody outside of meeting them there. And so that's a blessing. I feel very blessed every time I go up there, even though Wilmington, Delaware has the nickname Murder Town. And because it's a small town, small city, and they have a small amount of the same elements that every major city is. It's essentially a suburb of Philadelphia, and we know Philadelphia has a lot going on up there. But outside of that element, which is a very small percentage of the, I mean, I'm talking about a fraction of a percentage of the community. It's just really good people, seemingly overall good natured, good hearted people. And they're fighting. They're in the fight. They're not just sitting back, not understanding what's going on. They are in the fight. They recognize what's going on, and they're up for it. They're up for the fight. So I'm, like I said multiple times, I'm gonna do as much as I can do. Phone banking, knocking on doors, passing out flyers, having face-to-face, eye-to-eye conversations. Developing regular Zoom meetings with the wonderful black woman. She'll be the first black mayor of Wilmington, and she's already had a lot of firsts in her political career. Very intelligent, very highly educated black woman, mother, wife, aunt, likely a grandmother, and all of those blessings. So if I was going to hand pick a candidate, I probably couldn't have found one that I'm in support of more. So, and even with all the attacks, that's the other thing. When you get into politics, they're going to attack you. She was sued by the mayor. They write hit pieces against her and her family. That's a part of the whole cycle and the process. So, if you step into the arena, you got to be able to take some punches, and it's really what you do after you get hit that determines whether or not you're going to be successful. Because if you never are challenged and you never take a hit, when that first blow comes, you may never get up, and that's just kind of how it is. That's the political reality that every Black American is going to deal with if you decide to run for office and you decide to have a strong black agenda. Even if you use generalized language like all the people, and a new city and things like that to try to, code the language in a way that it doesn't look discriminatory or whatever that is. They're still understanding that they want to maintain power. They want non-black Americans to have power, and they don't want us to get in power, especially when we want to help our people. We want to build for our people. We want to put our people in prosperity and home ownership and education and all the things that matter, for taking care of a family and taking care of yourself and building community. So yeah, I kind of wish I wish, we all have wishes, of course. If it was a perfect world, it'd be 68 degrees every day and 55 at night, sunny, and I'd be living there and not have to work, because working, I swear to God, is probably the one thing in my life at this point. I've had about enough of it at this point. Yeah, I just wish I could sit in a lounge chair and turn on the TV, man, and become a zombie like most of the people out here. Just zombie my life away in front of the tube, But that's not my reality. I'd need a puppy for that too. I'd definitely give me a couple puppies. But yeah, thanks everybody for coming to the space. Thanks to the co-hosts for coming in to co-host. Shout out DJ Yusef, of course. Shout out to the folks that made it to the YouTube, and we do simulcast from YouTube right on the Funded Socially. because we're able to embed the links. So you can watch it on YouTube or you can watch it directly on Funded Socially. And if you have a YouTube channel, you can embed your YouTube videos directly on Funded Socially as well, which is an awesome thing that we, thanks to DJ, we figured it out, got it all figured out, and really appreciate that. There's probably a lot of undiscovered tech that can happen over there. And you know, we're just growing and growing and growing. So on that note, I'm gonna say good night to all of the Black women, Black American women, and to all the daughters and all the aunties and all the nieces and all the great grands and mamas and nanas and just all the beautiful Black women, without which there is no Black nation. That to me is the most important part of it all. And like I said, my sister is going into surgery in a couple of days, and I would appreciate all prayers for her to have a successful surgery. She's going to be rehabbing for months afterwards, and you know, she was there for me when I was laying in the hospital bed. I'm going to be there for her surgery, and you know, I wish I could do a lot more than that, but I do appreciate all the prayers. And on that note, good night, good night, good night. See you in the spaces. You know, if you see me in a space and it's toxic, you probably won't see me in there that long. And definitely, if I see Black women being attacked, I'm just exiting stage left, and I'm probably gonna block the person who's involved in it, the male who's involved in it, because again, I need to protect my energy in 2024. Good night, everybody. Ready. Yeah. Okay. YouTube, peace. John Gilroy, good night, brother. Good night, everybody. See you next weekend. Boom.